Peace, everyone. Hopefully, you're all doing well. Of course, this is Master Menyelek, and Abba Herut will be joining us shortly. He just had to take care of some things first. But yeah, welcome. This is Anu Fellowship, and here we fellowship, right? We've had a long, strong 6 days of work and toil and planting seeds and watering them and making sure that they were getting enough sunlight, nutrition, making investments, and you know, um, really putting in as much work as we could to prepare ourselves for moving to the next level and into the next season. So yeah, man, welcome. Hopefully, you earned your quickening and you're just happy to, be settling in and settling down and getting ready for this time of rest, our seventh day. So yeah, I'll just get into it as everyone begins to pile in. So what we discussed last time, peace Sister Yamina, peace Sister Yafe, peace Brother Darian. What we discussed last strong with the sisters was just moving, being faithfully feminine, right? And just delving into femininity and what it means to be a woman and what it is for men to recognize what type of women they desire to have inside of their space, inside of their harem. And yeah, man, so I can see that our root says he's having some issues. And let me see if I can help him out. Yeah, let me type in here. Let me try to resend the link.
Peace.
Okay,
I'm
there we
sorry.
go. He's
There we go.
coming on now. Any minute now. But yeah, man, give thanks for everybody coming through. And it looks like my Wi-Fi is getting a little sloppy. Peace out, Baruch. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine. I can hear you fine,
Okay.
Mr. Menyelek.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's getting some smoke signals from the stream. The stream was telling me I was kind of low. But yeah, man, how are you? How was your day?
Busy. Busy. But a good thing. It's a good thing. Just busy. Wow. But I'm just busy. How about you?
Still high energy.
Yeah. Excited, but it's just busy. Just enjoying the moment. That's all.
Okay. All right. So it's good. Good to see you had a good day. Hopefully the rest of your strong was good as well. I see a couple other people. Peace, Sovereign Eats. Peace, Talk to Your Speakers. Peace, Aki El Barar. Peace, After Hava. Yeah, man. Peace. So, how are you all doing? You can put in the chat how you all doing. How was your strong? What did you accomplish? Yeah, man. Just let us know. Yeah, I was just touching on. I was about to get into just a recap of the strong. I was touching on Safta Haba and its sister Maria's build last strong, dealing with faithfully feminine and some of the hallmarks of femininity, and sometimes where they get led astray. Um, and the brothers giving their feedback on what it is that they look for in a woman whenever they meet them. What are some of the first things you look for when you meet a woman? Whether it's her dress code or her demeanor, how she carries herself, what types of slave mentalities you may have. Yeah, all of that. You know, and what you have any thoughts you wanted to share on that, Bill?
I would say that yeah, that plays a role in like you said, character. Because what we do in Anu, it's about how we live, and you know, coming in Anu, it gave me experience of one again, how righteous living, and the fidelity part is that most people don't realize that in our world there is no more fidelity, there's no more honor. Being disrespectful and being unrighteous has become, it's now normal to be unrighteous. And it's funny because I was just having a conversation with some tribal lawyers before I came on, and we were just talking about how the things are changing, where it's the society is being challenged. Like, you gotta, if you're not willing to live a righteous life, and if you're not willing to, in other words, you have a choice. And so I was just having this conversation before we came in, and that is that the world is shifting. It's shifting so fast that people are not, they're seeing it, but it's like, is this really real? And it's like, and I was just having this conversation, like, no, it's real. It's real. And people are not ready for it. They're still in an illusion that everything is going to be okay. No, it's not going. I tell you what, it's going to be okay for us, and I knew, because one, we've already been preparing for it. So again, your character. Are you living righteously? Are you striving? What is your community? What are you doing to build? If you don't have that, if you don't have that support, if you're not around righteous men, righteous women, if you don't have righteous eldership, counsel, you're not going to be able to make it. Sorry. So that's how I'm building from this moment. And it's just so funny. I didn't want to end the car. I said, no, I got stuff to do. I'm sorry. You don't understand. But it was a topic that's now generating conversation now.
Okay, yeah, man. Give thanks for that. Definitely coming up on those times where you and what you said is so key. You gotta choose what it is you're gonna do. You can't move like wishy-washy anymore, because that season is over. That season of being on the fence about things. It was never really a time for that, but it's even more critical than it was before. And people are seeing it. It's almost like, sometimes people recount a traumatic experience, and they usually say the same thing. It felt like everything was moving in slow motion. Like if anyone is in the area when there's a shooting, or like an explosion goes off, or there's a fire, or there's a car collision. It's like they always say the same thing. It felt like everything was moving in slow motion. And I don't think too many people realize how often their fight or flight response is being triggered throughout the day. You think you have to see the thing outside of you to realize that you're in panic mode all day, or you're anxious all day, or there's a disconnect between you and your creator, and you only have a few moments of lucidity, but for the most part, you're just moving through, like, you're numb to all of the messages that you're receiving, and you're only trying to make it through this moment, in survival mode. As we were building on a couple of strongs ago with the victory piece, you're in survival mode, and it's similar to what we were building on in Clubhouse, where I think Sister Yafe was facilitating the topic, and she was bringing forth the discussion of moving back to that place of wonder.
Mm-hmm.
Getting back to the place of wonder, as opposed to moving in a way where you're jaded,
Right.
right? And Chief has broken down that jadedness, like there's a level of ingratitude there when you're jaded, because you have so many things to be thankful for, but again, um, you're so tense and so numb, and you're so focused on what's going wrong in your life that you don't focus on your capability of um, moving beyond whatever position you may be in, you know, or the people you have in your life who you can gather around and sort of corral yourself with, and you all can move up together and ascend together, you know. So yeah, man, that's a good point. You know, choosing what it is that you're going to do, and it hit the nail on the head with the fidelity piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
man. So I just wanted to greet everyone else who was coming in. Um, okay, so I see Emanayo on the radio, our Roskush, Brother Zach, Brother Rahim, Brother Isaiah, Emanayo, Mayubo, Imakuya. Yeah, man, peace, everyone. And I see a couple of people talking about their strongs too. Sapta Ahawa says she's returning home in the next couple of days, so she's excited to get back home. Anu Radio said her strong went well. Thank you for asking. I accomplished breathing through what could have been a fearful moment. Okay, cool. How were your strongs? Yeah, I was just strong, Abba Herut.
I would call it eventful. Eventful. Reason I'm excited because like I said, we were just having this conversation about how things are stepping up in the world, and if you're not living righteously, they're pressing that heel on your head. And
Who's they?
oh, I'm sorry. The establishment, the corporations, the courts, because I had to go to the courthouse. My day had to change. I had to spend some time up there in the law library and everything. And so, but the cases that we're dealing with, they with this whole pandemic issue, it's getting more challenging, and I'm excited because this is about when you know you're on the side of the Most High, and the Most High is like, okay, you know that as we separate from the world, they're trying to, in other words, they're trying to feel you out like they filled me out. They already know, you know. But I'm right now I'm counseling. I'm doing some legal work for someone else, and they're seeing the pressure. So I was asking. So my point is, I was asking questions, and so I had some of the tribal lawyers involved, and we were having this discussion. And the discussion was basically like the cases that he's dealing with, New York and Chicago. They see, in other words, they have ties into all this the pharmaceuticals, and the judges are tied into it as well. The judges, the corporations, and when these cases come up, they dismiss them, but they we ain't trying this, because why? They're trying to feel with my client. Are you a 14th Amendment citizen? Are you a part of our slave? In other words, are you our slave? If you're our slave, you don't have the right to talk. We determine what fidelity is going to be, and damn it, and so that's what the discussion was about. So now my clients are like, whoa, now it's coming to light, and now I'm sharing, like, you see why we have to separate from them? Because they're making it very clear, and it's going to get worse in a few years. They're making it clear that either one, they know, going back to, like I said, our topic, we don't believe you. We think that we're going to prove that. So now they don't know we already have things in place. But the point is, when you're tested, and this is how the Most High is using this moment to test you. Are you loyal to the Most High, or are you loyal to the demons, the devils, the infidels, the heathens? So, like the 85 percenters, like we were mentioning in the Supreme Mathematics, the 85 percenters is part of that demonic dark world. They know who their people are. They got their own gods. They got their own people. Yes, black people. Yes, most of you who go to your churches and go to your establishment, especially you Democrats, and especially you Christians, because your mindset is in, you believe in a fairy tale that doesn't exist. And so fidelity means you got to make a choice. Like Chief would do the segments, which God are you going to serve? It's coming evident, and this is why I'm excited. They're making it very clear what side they're on. I love it, because I'm like, oh wow, I know now when I'm dealing with them and when I'm hearing from whose side, and I'm like, if it's the judges, it's the politicians, the ministers, I know what side you belong. I know who your father is, the liar. I know who he is. It makes it very easy for me. And I love it, because now I get it. I get it. So now my client is like, whoa, I didn't know. Yes. I hear Chief, choose this day who you're going to serve. And this is where we come in on new. If you didn't make that decision already, we already know you made. You already made a choice. You already made a choice. And that means you chose the world. But if you, fidelity, what is this topic? Fidelity, what is loyalty? What is this topic that we're choosing to talk about? What is this all about? We're going to get into that tonight. We're going to get into that. So I just want to, that's part of my excitement and part of my day. And I was like, whoa, I love talking about God. Yeah. Come on. I think of Aki Zach. He's like, come on, bring it on.
All right. Going on that energy. Well, it's your energy. You know what I mean? It's the type of energy that only you can bring. Yeah, but a couple more things in the chat. My strong was cool, and as I was scanning the chat, I agree with Brother Zach. Not that it was so much of a grind, but it was a lot of school. Like I had to turn in a lot of assignments, and I still got more to do for Sunday. And I got 2 quizzes to do waiting for me, and I just got an essay. And it's like, all right, keep it busy. You know, I'm thankful for how strongly education is stressed within our new, because this ain't really nothing new. You know, my classmates are complaining, but I was like, this is light work. You know what I mean? There's a volume thing. You know, there's a lot of it, but it's not that hard. You know what I mean? Compared to what it is that we're actually actively studying daily. But yeah, man, that was my strong was kind of similar. Isaac. Brother Ross said his strong was also filled with school and getting into the groove of movement. You mean getting back into the gym? Because I know you said you weren't in the gym as often, but you wanted to start back up. So did you start back up and changing old habits? Yeah, that's what I typed in the chat. You know, which habits are you changing? Because I was wondering if it was the habit of not going to the gym or which is something else.
Right.
Yeah. Peace after Gertrude.
Yeah. Yes.
Peace.
Sabawakak, peace.
Yeah, peace, Saba John. Monument, right, brother Zach. Definitely check that out. Chief U has been putting out a couple of new musical projects on his Spotify, so definitely look him up. And he's also said that he's committed to releasing one musical project per strong. So Yeah, definitely give thanks. And everything he puts out, it helps to combat some of the psychosis that we have to deal with every day. You know, peace in Mercury Eden. Abba says, my strong went okay. Progress brought new realization of areas that must be developed, which is always good. It's been about grinding and revision towards goals. Yeah, man, good, 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 good. Um, so up there, speaker says, my strong went well. It was filled with moments of gratefulness, reflection, and classwork. Okay, cool. And everybody in school, everybody study it. It went down. Imakuya says, what's happening is the courts and government have disregarded what science proves and supports those who decline vaccinations for the sake of pharmaceuticals. Um, who decline vaccinations for the sake of pharmaceuticals. Okay, so is that what's going on in your case, Abu
Yes.
Herut?
Yes. I'm having fun. I'm having fun with this. Because I've been through it before, but this is a different level. But this ties into our topic. Who are you faithful to?
Mm.
What is your fidelity? What are you where does your loyalty lie?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I'm excited, because I love working for God. I'm just gonna put it out there. I love working for the Most High, because why? We're instruments. Each and every one of us are instruments for the Most High. Just like on the dark side, I love Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, Akizak. I got you. I got you. You know, they got their agents as well. They got their gods. Mm-hmm. And so when I look at the Most High, it's like you are the physical manifestation of the Most High. So now, if you work in cooperation and you have develop that relationship constantly, it doesn't stop. You know, when you build on that, you know that when I think of Muhammad Ali, when every time he would go into a fight, he was like, boom, 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 the champ is here. Boom, 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 boom. The champ is here, and it scared the hell out of him. But you know what he said one time? I remember in an interview, he said, I was scared as hell of Frazier. But I couldn't go in the ring that way, because why? Now, I'm not scared. But what he was sharing was, I have to, if you're going to fight, if you're going to be, we're at war, by the way. Mm-hmm. We're at war. And if you're going to fight, you better make sure who you got backing you up. So I know the Most High is backing me up, because like, we're going to just have fun with this. Mm-hmm. Don't. And so I love it when I go to, because I know pretty soon we're going to court. And just like for our segment, preparing for.
No worries. He sees all that energy.
Yeah, there it is. Preparing for this moment. Mm-hmm. And so when you prepare for this moment, you're ready. You're like, don't worry about it. I'm just ready. And so when you're ready, it's like, okay, go in there. Go and give it your best. Give it. Don't hold back.
Right, exactly.
Don't hold back. If the Most High is your backing, if the Most High has your back, what the hell are you scared of it for? But now, if I got a cross and I believe in that JC person, if I believe in my political party, or if I believe in whatever, and it doesn't have any backing, then and that's it. Right. And so that's why when I always wasn't this motivated. I shared before, I used to hate going to court. My stomach would turn every time I went. I'm like, and I get it, because of the fear, but now it's like, and so now I'm motivated. Now I got classes. I still got I got work after Sabbath, I had a rest. So even all this energy, it's gonna take me time to y'all get ready because y'all gonna get all this energy that built up for all week.
Yeah, this is how Abba Herut decompresses, by the way. You know, with our conversations with you when you whenever you just get in from work, you know, it takes a while for the energy to simmer down, but we need different tones. You know what I mean? Like TP said, we all got different notes. We need different notes. You know, I I don't do that. You know what I mean? You don't get me. Everything is just straightforward. You might get a offhand joke once or twice, but for the most part, it's just straightforward. You know, with Abba or Root, it's straightforward, but it's coming with a different level of intensity and vibration. You know, and you learn when you're in a community, you learn to appreciate everyone's vibration and what everyone brings to the table. And you step back and it's like, wow, I'm so glad you're here to do that because if I had to do that, you know, that would take me so far from my original note. You know what I mean? So it's good when you have a lot of people that serve so many different roles. And this goes back to even what you were talking about with the court system and who people serve, you know. So when this thing started, it was where we care about your safety, you know, so everyone has to do what it is we say you need to do because it's your safety. And even if you don't care about yourself, it's about the safety of those around you, right? And now here it is. Well, if you don't really want to do it, I guess you don't have to, as long as you take these pills.
Right.
So am I reading that right?
What I just said, you mean?
Yeah. What you and Emo Queer with the point that you would Emo Queer had brought up, you know, and which you would confirm. You know, the government isn't really worried too much about what science is saying because as long as they can make the money, which is what they're really loyal to, you know, because that's what people are loyal to, what sustains them. That's the thing. People are faithful and loyal to what they think sustains them. And as long as you think something is going to sustain you, then if you're operating on a very base level or a very earthly level, you're going to go for whatever sustains you or how you survive. You know, you see a lot of stories with people like just betraying each other. And it's usually over, well, I'm trying to get a better deal than what it is that you're offering me. It's not about loyalty. It's not about bloodlines. It's not about fidelity. It's about who offers me the better deal at any given moment.
Right.
You know,
and that's
like
where
Cypher the Matrix. Cypher is like, I know this is fake. You know,
exactly.
I know that I got to. Well, Akizaki's already here, so you know. But yeah, I know the steak is fake. You know, I know when I'm tasting it, it's just my brain telling me it's good. But I'd rather be ignorant and living a life of pleasure than to live in reality and have to struggle, you know, in order to make my own reality, in order to dictate what's going to happen in my sphere, along with the others who are looking and striving towards a common goal.
When I deal with the clients, I love it because I'm always energetic with my students and the clients, and they like, oh my God, are you always like this? I'm like, yeah. This is there a time you're not? Yeah, but I don't know when. You know, but again, it goes back to what am I excited about? What am I appreciative? I'm appreciative of the Most High's knowledge with that wisdom and that understanding and the application of it. So then when you apply the lessons, it's like homework. It's actually homework. It's like, okay, you got to see the results. These are the results of when you are applying this, when you're developing this relationship with the Most High. It's you know you're doing what's right. Again, righteous living. How are you living? So now, before the pandemic, people weren't living righteously anyway. So now it come to home because it's like, yes, you know it's a lie. Yes, you know the COVID, you know it's a lie. So what? But guess what? We're going to make it so difficult that you're going to be proud and you're going to be happy that you're a slave. And I love the Django season. I'm like, wait a minute, whoa, get that nigga out of here. He can't be in here. What the hell? You can't. I'm looking for the sheriff. You can't bring. So it's going to get to that point where us free, I knew those of us who are free, and you walking around and you're like, wait a minute. You can't be around my niggas. You can't. No, not in this plantation. No. We can't let them see that. We can't let them see Chief Yuya. Yeah, let him play his music. Let Chief Yuya bring his music. Yeah, they're out in the way. But you, don't bring that in here. Fidelity, no, we got our own Fidelity. Don't worry about it. Mm-hmm. We don't want you to think. Don't worry about it. We got it all figured out. Mm-hmm. We are comfortable. Yes, it's not real. Yes, it's fake. But guess what? It don't matter. Because you're going to like the fact that we're going to force this crap on your life. You're gonna beg for more. So we're telling the public, don't worry about it. Get warmed up. Chief has been putting warnings out to all of us that, okay, the day is going to come where you're thinking 1984. It's already here.
Mm-hmm.
The reality is here. Go ahead, Master Menyelek. I'm sorry.
No, I was just agreeing with you. 1984 has been here. And a lot of those slave masters you were referring to, they're already inside of people's minds. Because remember, the war is for your mind. So a lot of these things where you would be like, well, I don't see nobody cracking no whips and riding horses and sicking dogs on people. It's like, nah, it's all internalized now. Mm-hmm. The work is done. Because mm-hmm. now if someone brings this to you, it's not someone of a different skin hue standing over you with a whip saying, you better not take that book. You better not listen to them. Mm-hmm. It's you telling yourself that.
Right.
Right. Well, I'll do it later, is what you would say.
Right.
I'll do it later. Or that felt good. Or I like what they were talking about. But, in the butt start creeping in. I like what they're talking about, but. Mm-hmm. That's why you have community, and that's why you preserve and protect it. And you have to be very scrutinizing, because those who seek to enter, they may enter because they see something that resonates with them, but they may not be willing to do the work, and it's not like it's not something you attain. It's not an achievement. It's not something where it's like there's a start and end point. Okay, once I go through this process, okay, there's a book that I gotta read. Once I read this book and I know what I gotta do, then there's a sponsorship process. Okay, once I talk to the sponsor, and we go through our onboarding process or our intake process, and the sponsor, he helps you to deal with whatever it is that's going on, and he assesses you, and they're like, okay, this person went through their orientation, the community screens you, and you get in, cool. That's not it. That's the easy part.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's a continual, it's a sustained effort. You got to keep it up. And this isn't some club. This is your life. So you're moving in this way, and you say, oh yeah, I'm with them. But you're not showing that fidelity when you go to other places. You're moving in a way that's contrary. Then now we got some issues, right? Because mm-hmm. Who are you being, you have this term that people often associate with Muslim culture and Muslim teachings, an infidel. Infidel mm-hmm. is someone who's not faithful. To have fidelity is to be faithful, is to be loyal, is to be dependable. Because from beyond a shadow of a doubt, this person is about their work. They're about what they say they're about. So yeah, man, 6 days of rest, 6 days of work, 1 day of rest. And here we are, discussing what it is that we're all doing to strengthen that fidelity, or to strengthen our commitment, because that's another part of that intake. It's a commitment letter. You got to say what it is you're committed to serving us, you know, and you learn a lot more about your note as you work with others, and you get to refine that commitment letter, you know. So it's not like you say this and then that's the only thing you're allowed to do. It's like, nah, this is what I'm looking to bring based on my experience. And as it goes on, you know, you learn that, oh, I could do this, oh, I could do that. You know, I didn't think
Right.
I'd be doing this. Like, yeah, man. So yeah, that's it's a key piece with the fidelity, especially since the women were talking about femininity last strong, and the brothers were speaking about some of the things that are disloyal or disingenuous when it comes to how females are raised to present themselves in the society. You know, with fake hair, fake makeup, um, even the fake attitude. You know, some of them aren't really nasty, some of them are really nice, but they're taught that they have to be mean. You know,
Right.
vice versa. Some of them are really mean, but they act nice because they figure that's better. You know, as opposed to letting what's inside come through. You know, but they don't like what's inside because they've allowed it to rot for so long. You know, but the same goes for brothers too. Your level of infidelity um, has allowed for this thing to persist and grow. As they say about cancer, it's like what is it, metastasize? Did I get it right?
Right.
Is there a doctor knows? Yeah, metastasize. It spreads in a very harmful way, and you don't know what to say about it. It's like, wow, this is so crazy. It's like, but it didn't just happen overnight. It's been happening, and we rooted for it, you know, and we promoted it. We didn't stand up and say, you know, as we were speaking last night, and we were talking about that alpha, and I brought up the segment that Yakira Eden did, the Alpha Woman, Where Art Thou? And Chief had just built on Alpha dealing with the beginning, you know, Alpha being the first. And you having that first, that level of contact with the Most High at first, and you know what's right and what's the law, and you decide not to say anything, you know, or you decide to be quiet, or you allow certain things that you know are wrong to persist, then you're gonna have some consequences to that. You know, being an alpha, like he said, is not about having a bunch of muscles. It's about being louder than what's wrong,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and speaking against it and not allowing it to occupy the same space as you, as opposed to just looking at it like, what can I benefit from this? You know, because a lot of young men, they're kind of cool. They were kind of cool with the promiscuity that's been going on until they realized, hold on, I can't meet anyone that has less than 5 bodies on them. You know, I can't meet any young female who slept with less than 5 people. It's like
Mm-hmm.
a normal thing, and it's like where all the good women at? You know, where all the virgins around? It's, you know, but yeah, you weren't saying nothing about it when you were younger. You didn't grow up seeing any father saying anything. But again, it's that silencing of the alpha or the silencing of the man. That Chief is like you said, we've been warned for a long time. It's been happening. But sometimes it's hard to pick your nose up from what you're doing and look around and see what's going on. If your fidelity is to just sustaining your comfort, you know, it's not about growing or being righteous. It's just, all right, if I can keep a roof on over my head, my bills paid, my lights on, then whatever happens outside these doors ain't got nothing to do with me.
Right. Right. And that's why the question has been asked about fidelity.
Mm-hmm.
What are you faithful to? As alpha men in Anu, if you're not committed,
Mm-hmm.
if you don't have a direct relationship with the Most High, that's going to come out in your actions. When you're building a relationship with the Most High, there's no matter of doubt if you're doing it right. If you're applying what you're being given. We have examples. We have Chief. We have example. We have other men that and other men in our history that have proven that the Most High is what your focus should be on. So just that alone, that's easier than said than done. Because it's easy to hear that. But then when it comes to your actions, and then are you accountable for those actions if you err or make error?
Mm-hmm.
Are you willing to, I love it, are you submitting to the Most High? So now, as an alpha man or alpha, we know that you can't ask a woman to submit to you if your submission to the Most High is not stable and it's not built on a foundation. If it's not what it is, it's going to come out. And so that's why we in Anu, we have one another as well as our chief Jegna to like, okay, we're gonna work it out. This is what building's about. This is about, okay, you don't know what fidelity is? Okay, well, we're gonna show you. It's written, it's been expressed. Right. We have the scriptures, we have all kinds of ways now. Let's apply it. Righteous living. What is righteous living? Am I striving to do what is right? You know, I love women. They fine, y'all, not all of y'all, but the ones I do. But I'll say this. In my development, in my relationship with the Most High, if you have all this, I just got it. Unrighteous covering. In other words, you got eyelashes, damn it, you got all this fake hair, you got all these fake, you got all that makeup, all that stuff, and that I call it fake covering. That's not being covered. That's being covered by the world, but not being covered by the Most High. So now, it always amazes me when I see women that say they're mated, and I'm like, you're showing your body. You're like, wait a minute, how the heck are you mated and you showing your body? And then if he's righteous, what the hell are you allowing her in public to do that? Going back to what is being righteous? What are you faithful to? What is your commitment?
Right. And it also goes back to I kept seeing this word because I was reading the book of Isaiah, and I kept seeing this word judgment, right? But it wasn't in the way that a lot of people use it now, where it's like a condemnation, you know, because to judge something just means you're discriminating, you're being discerning, you're looking at something for what it is. And it's broken into, it has two words that are the root is jus or Jus or Ius back in the day but it's jus, and part of it is domos or dokos, and you're talking about something that's right when you talk about jus, like if someone says justify, you're talking to make something right. And you're also talking about something that's spoken, right? So you're speaking the law, you know, when you're judging something. And you keep seeing in Isaiah, it kept talking about judging widows and the fatherless. Judge the widows and the fatherless. Judge the widows. And it's like, why does it keep saying judge them? But it's talking about show them the law, you know, teach them the law. But it's also, it can also be used in reference to defending. right? It doesn't say defend the single women and the fatherless. It says the widows and the fatherless. Why? Because they have no patriarch. They have no masculine energy. They need that line from the Most High coming through you to them. You know, it's not about preaching to hard-headed people or preaching to people who are rebellious. It's about speaking to those who've been left without a covering.
Right.
You know, often through no fault of their own, not because it was their decision to get under that covenant and then come from up under that covering and decide that because I came from up under that covering, I don't have to take responsibility from submitting myself to that in the first place. Because women should know, you gotta know, like one of our required qualities for men is you gotta be filled with the spirit of the highest God. And a lot of people don't look for that anymore. It used to be a quality before,
Right.
you know, but that was in a very in a much more conservative era, where someone who was more obedient to those laws, you know, even if they were in church, at least I know this person won't try to get me pregnant, or won't do what leads to pregnancy, won't try to have sex with me before that wedding. You know, there was a certain honoring of it, as opposed to now where the promiscuity is rampant and that's praised. And a woman who doesn't want to do that is either ridiculed or ignored. You know, I was even watching a couple of it was one person who would ask a question about just being a housewife, because she felt like she wasn't being respected whenever people would see her out with her children, you know, even if her mom was present. They respected her less than, let's say, someone who's walking around, like you were saying earlier, with the fake covering, you know, or covered by the world, and she has her body on display.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. So, oh, and by the way, I'm not sure if anyone can see it because I typically forget to do it. I posted the StreamYard link for anyone who may have wanted to join in the beginning. So you scroll all the way to the top, you might see it. Let me know if you can, please. If not, I'll post it again. But yeah, man, I see the chat is moving, so I just wanted to get back to the chat and see if we get caught up before we move forward with this topic.
Yeah, it's at the beginning. It's at the very beginning.
Okay, it's up there. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So Brother Darian, oh yeah, we kind of behind. 8:17. Okay, Brother Darian is saying his strong was smooth, and he learned why delegating tasks is important. Okay, yeah, man. Yeah, share away if you don't mind. Thank you kindly. Queer says it's important to hold fast to our faith, irrespective of what the world says we should do. Yeah, very true.
Mm-hmm.
Your Yakira Eden says, my strong waxed and waned, had moments of great outcomes and periods of, dang, can I get anything done? But grateful for it all. Yeah, I know that vibe, you know, but yeah, you got to take time to celebrate when you have the great outcome. I mean, you can't get nothing done, you know, just take a step back and breathe a little bit, decompress. Queen says her strong was full. She was able to get some things accomplished. All right, cool. I don't know why this keeps doing this. I think it's because there's so many unread comments. Ross says he's been working on his eating schedule, sleep schedule, and lack of attention to detail. Often in the past, I would become lazy around this time. I would eat a lot and sleep a lot. Around this time, do you mean this season of the year? Akizak says, only thing he been running is his mouth. He ain't hit no chick. Oh man, you let him talk to you like that, Brother Rob. Wisdom was my tune today. Oh yeah, yeah, that's one of Chief's new releases. Okay, he's defending his honor. About to start getting some money again. Okay. All right, I can leave y'all to it. So Renee says the strong was filled with focus, study, and joy. I am always grateful for the young minds I am graced to support and expand. There were some hurdles that took me down. Ain't out for the count though. All right. All right, keep running. Peace, Jibia. Yeah, peace, peace, peace. Sister Yafe says, okay, let me repost this link. Okay, yeah, there were reports that the link wasn't working. So, Sister Yafe says this strong was filled with interesting night visions. And, y'all got Aki El Quran in the building. What the what? Let's see. Oh yeah, touch on the Matrix. I think that one's for you, Abba Herut.
What was the question?
I said, what pandemic? That's real.
Oh yeah, it is. I knew Aki Zach was gonna mess with me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a pandemic. All this is planned. I knew he's gonna do that. Dang it. Well, anyhow.
You said, if you can say it again, not wanting to do the work.
All of this is planned. Like example, we planned to have this topic on fidelity, and but this was planned on purpose. In other words, we are talking about and we're gonna get into it about what does it look like, and in the moment about being righteous, and then also what are the tools, what is it that we need to do. And so when I mentioned about, since Aki Zach put it in the chat about the pandemic, well, this whole illusion, I don't put too much energy into it because it's necessary. What I mean, we're at a moment, we're at a crossroads. Well, all of us in a crossroads, and this is part of the questioning of Aki Zach mentioning the pandemic. Again, what God do you serve? This is part of the plan. Every one of us has got to make a choice. Now, I know people think that we all serve the same God. No, we do not. In our new, we say the Most High is the Elohim. We know that the Most High for us is not some spook. It's not some in the sky. This is reality. And then and we are the physical manifestations of the Most High. So now, how does the Most High interact with us? That's real. But when you have a spook God who says that look up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman, whatever, that's what people believe. So now there is no personal accountability. There is no level of righteousness. It's about the pandemic is we're going to plan it out how you're going to live your life. And that is, we have created your God. We have created the way you're going to live. We're going to create a 40-hour week. We're going to create, you're going to go. Yes, we got church for souls. You're going to Sunday, which is not. For us, it's Sabbath. Sabbath is sundown on Friday and Saturday. But no. So everything that the Most High says do, the world says do the opposite. So what I'm excited, and this is why I love it when I interact with people and I talk about Anu, when I talk about the things that and utilizing it on their way. And we talk about, just like going earlier about the court case, and I mentioned about I know who their God is, and I know the reality of it, but I serve a righteous God, and that is what? Righteous living. Do we and I knew it's about the law. You mentioned that earlier. It's about the law. What is the law? If the Most High says don't eat this, guess what? The world says do it anyway. Going back to Genesis. So it's interesting how people just manipulate the word of the Most High, and again manipulate it to a point where they can just change it at will, and people just fall for it. That's why I mean by the pandemic, you're falling for it because it's a part of the plan. The plan is you're going to do what we tell you to do. You're going to follow these rules. We don't give a darn. We are God. We're going to prove it. And guess what? People are living that. So the pandemic is, we got it all planned out. And you're going to like it. Don't worry about those Anu people. They're the ones that they are a small group. Yeah, damn right. I'm glad we're the small group. Because guess what? I was doing, like I said, doing my topic, and as we were preparing for the topic, and the quote came, wrong is wrong, even if everyone is doing it. Right is right, even if no one is doing it. What does that mean? Most people don't want to be right. It's comfortable being wrong. It's comfortable, as we're here. Like, I don't follow the news. It's comfortable shooting. It's comfortable raping. It's comfortable being a heathen. Heathen meaning it's comfortable to violate the laws of the Most High. It's so comfortable that people are like, it's okay. And it's not okay. The Most High never said this was okay to live. So now some of us are waking up and we're like, wait a minute. You mean to tell me that when I was eating that pork chop, or when I was in that unrighteous relationship, or when I was hanging with that wrong crowd, or if I was living a life contrary to the model that the Most High set up for us, you mean to tell me that I'm going to suffer the consequences? Yes. Yes, you're going to suffer the consequences.
And here's the thing about that too. Like, there are very few people who actually care. So when they're presented with information like this, or when they're presented with laws, when people say what you're doing isn't right, or the way you're living isn't right, or is not healthy, or it's gonna kill you. Like, you ever try to convince someone who smokes cigarettes to not smoke cigarettes?
I stop now.
Yeah, you ever try to convince someone who was adamant about eating sweets and donuts and candy about not doing it?
Yeah.
With just a conversation. Maybe you come back a little stronger with some facts and some data and some health information. Maybe you can even try to say, okay, well, this is pastry, but it's made with natural products. There has to be a shifting of their mind, or like people say, there has to be a paradigm shift in which they say, okay, I can't go on like this. Some people do need to hit a wall. And like Chief would say, the wise only need a hint. Those who get the hint, they're like, all right, cool. I see where I'm off here. And those who are even wiser, they'll do something with it. But most people don't care. And for those who don't care, it's not something, this isn't the space for you, really.
Right.
If you really don't care, and if you're not trying to care, and you're only hanging around because you could catch some information, or like Aki said, you got something to say around the water cooler at work, something snazzy to say, But yeah, a lot of people just don't care. They don't care about laws. They don't care about living righteously. They don't care about building families. They don't care about not not spreading the disease of dysfunctional families.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to talk about a pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all of these things are spreading, and those who want to live righteously are the ones who are going to counteract that, and the ones who are going to survive it. So that's Chief. His first podcast, Chief Your podcast, was "Who Am I Speaking to?" You know, and he said he was speaking to people who already live in these principles, who are already looking for a way to stand up tall or stand upright or connect to their source. And maybe they didn't have something as refined as this. Those are the people who we're inviting. Those are the people who were like, all right, come on, come to the retreats, link up with everyone, see people face to face. If you've been interacting, um, if you've been participating and you want to get closer to the experience, you know, it's not. This isn't the time for people who want to dip in and out. And we see when you dip in and out, and you may get an opportunity to actually join and say, all right, I want to be committed, and you'll be given that chance. But if you blow it, then we don't have time to keep catering to you. If there are people who are actually serious out there,
Right.
you know, this isn't something to play with.
Right. It's interesting you said that, because, and I want to make sure it's clear what I share. I don't share. I don't talk to. I know who the heathens are. I don't waste my time. I'm excited that we have this damn pandemic. I'm excited. You know why? Because it's time to get rid of them anyway. Yeah, I sometimes I feel like I said, you know what? You're useless. Yeah, the flood's coming. Yeah, gotta go. That's what I'm saying. This conversation I had, because I just found out one of my former colleagues passed, and I'm not saying I'm wishing people to pass. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, people are, if you're not willing to, like I said, deal with the reality. This is real. This is no joke, and I'm warning people. I'm already prepared, because I've already found out that people are dying easily, and even some. I mean, it's happening in a rapid. Like I said, just had this conversation. I said it's happening. It's going to happen in more rapid than anything. And I shared it. I said, don't be surprised. So I don't get surprised anymore, because I understand when you are, again, where's your loyalty lie? They planned this because, again, the objective was, most people are not going to be here. And like you were sharing earlier, I'm reaching out to the youth. I'm reaching out to those who, I think of Yahushua when he was doing his parables, and he wasn't, yeah, he was there, but he wasn't for everyone, because everyone didn't like him. And I get that. And so what I'm excited is that I'm having a conversation with those who like, wow, I didn't think about it that way. Because now light bulbs are going off, and I'm like, wow. And so I see how the Most High is working when I interact with people who don't know. Because this is why I'm excited when I talk about, it's funny because it just started. I've started being more avid about talking about Anu since, I would say, it really started November, October. And I enjoyed this. Now before, because when I was on the plantation, and I was doing it very well, but it was a lot of work. But then when you separate yourself gradually, it's like it's such a relief. So now when you have the freedom to do what I love, going back to loyalty, I love what we do in Anu. I love how Chief is our head Jegna, and he's like, I don't care if none of y'all in Anu stick around. This is still the purpose. And so it's like, why wouldn't we want to do what for us who are in this space, if we're not striving to do what is right? if we're not striving, because this is the answer for not just those outside, but it's all of us in our new. Sooner or later, if you don't keep up, because the Most High is not some stagnant energy. There's not some, no, he's moving.
Mhm.
He's not, he's a living being. And if you can't keep up, don't worry about it. You're going to be swept aside. You're going to go through whatever reality you're going to have to go through. That's for each and every one of us, including myself. So we have to keep up. And so keeping up for me is, my 1 meal a day. And because I don't have time to sit up here and take this thing for granted. Take what's going on and the challenges and the preparation. We don't have time for that. Time is now. We're behind. But there's opportunity for those of us, for those who, as long as you're striving to do what's right. And this is a wake-up call. You're right. I'm not worried about the 85%. I'm not. I never was. But I do know that just like some of us heard the call, like you mentioned about the introduction letter, and I go back to reading it. And what was my commitment letter to Anu? And then I had to ask myself, did I violate it? Am I living up to that commitment? Am I living up to the commitment that the Most High put on me to live up to? If I'm falling short, then guess what? You got time to get, but you ain't got that much time. I look at what Aki Zach says. Dang it, I'm gonna mess it up. He's like,
take your time, but hurry up.
You know what I'm gonna say? Yeah, thank you. And so that's it. So I saw what was in the chat. But anyhow, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can go to the chat, and catch up a little bit. Roscoe says, agreed, Master Menyelek, with lyncism still trapping and seducing, self-hatred and disunity still at large for the Babylonian subscribers. Yeah, I think that's when we were talking about people loving out those slave masters in the mind.
Mm-hmm.
Chief says, you're probably almost done now, but Chief says, we can hear you building that model airplane under the camera. Yeah, you keep looking down.
No, I'm looking at the chat.
Oh, so your phone is down there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know. I'm like,
all right, I thought you were trying to find the propeller.
No, you know what? I know what the noise is. Let me. Yeah, I see all this technical stuff. I gotta do better. I will. Thanks, Chief. But yeah, I'm looking at the chat.
Brother Zach says so many claim that they want. Oh, okay, you can see it too. Yeah, Brother Zach says so many claim that they want to work it out, but really don't want to be wrong. Yeah, true. It's like correct me all you want, unless I'm wrong, then don't correct me. It's a weird sort of thing. Like, tell me about myself as long as it's positive. But if it's something negative, not even negative, if it's something corrective and instructive, I don't want to hear it. Because that means I gotta change what I'm doing now. And that shows you right there what they're loyal to is their own ego.
Right.
Some people loyal to the government, some people loyal to money, some people loyal to the comfort, and now we have people who are also loyal to their own ego. And people are loyal to all kinds of idols that they create.
Mm-hmm.
Bleed for the widow, right? Akilo. Aki Elkra, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
StreamYard, yeah, there's a StreamYard link posted, which is here.
Yeah, Chief reposted it.
Yeah, and he said he pinned it to the top as well for those interested. Emma Quia says, yes, and imagine how things metastasize to the bone. Oh, that's how you spell it. Imagine how things metastasize to the bone. Now imagine allowing a spirit to set in the same way. Exactly. So you have this cancer going through your physical body, but there's also a spiritual cancer where there's a thought, like Chief had built on it in Mind Heart Words. You know, the spirits and thoughts is like a bi-directional highway. You know, so spirits create thoughts, thoughts create spirits, and you can just spiral yourself downward. You know, and just you have this spiral just set in the same way. I think there's one coach who said it. One of the first books, like hard copy books I ever read, was like this book of quotes. One of my high school teachers gave it to me. And one of the quotes was from, I think, Vince Lombardi. And he said, it's a shame when people get like concrete all mixed up and set in their ways. You know, so yeah, I definitely agree, Emo Queer. Oh, okay, the early post link wasn't available. And I think I got kicked out and had to come back, so I'm not sure if it would have worked. You know, now that I think about it. Aki Zach says, would you say that it's a compensatory fantasy that many would like to hold on to cope with their reality? I'm not sure which fantasy you're speaking about, Brother Zach.
He was referring to what I was saying earlier.
Oh, about what's that? COVID?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I shouldn't have said that word. Yeah,
they don't mind now. It's
should
like
have been blaspheming the YouTube gods.
Right.
You posted Second Corinthians chapter 4, verse 18. So we fix our eyes not on what is seen, but on what is unseen. Since what is seen is temporary, but what is unseen is eternal. Yeah, man, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's in the segment in the On Way, what we serve.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important to tap into that a little bit, because a lot of people when they see how I move, like personally, in my personal experience, when they see how I move, it's like, what do you do? You know, like, who do you worship? You know, you a Muslim? Or you a Christian? You're a Christian. You're a Muslim. You got this beard. Are you? I think Seventh-day Adventist is the next one, because you observe the Sabbath.
Mormons.
Yeah, right. What are you? You know. So what we serve, right? We are a Safa of the Most High Yah. Though you may see many references to Anu held in diverse cultures and religious systems. Make no mistake, we Anu emerged to exemplify and build the kingdom of Yah. We are betrothed to the Crown Initiative and keep our hearts soft in order to cultivate our love for this great responsibility and endowment. If your ancestors were not of this way and committed to building the true kingdom of Anu, you owe them no tribute. You know, and it goes on to speak to that same confusion people have when they see us. You know, can you imagine hearing the name of Yah but not identifying as a Christian? Can you picture yourself submitting to the intention of the creator of the universe, but not making an immediate mental, emotional connection to a current world religion? Does that mean that we no longer acknowledge the presence of Orisha, ancestors, or natural spirits? No, it doesn't mean that. We are reverent of Islam. Does that mean that we are single-mindedly tethered to Arabic culture or the Quran? We plummet from grace when we exalt the gift over the giver of the gift. We acknowledge that there are spirits and nature forces that can be used in many things to further our being, but we do not subjugate ourselves to the sensibilities of these legions. We live above and beyond lesser deities and nature spirits. We may summon a rainstorm to drown our enemies by harmonizing ourselves with the claimed promise of the Most High, but that does not mean we should now take it upon ourselves to manipulate the elements. We should not take it upon ourselves. Oh, I lost my place. To fashion a deity of rain. excuse me, the ability to manipulate elements was implanted in us at creation. We should not be in bondage to our gifts. Our divine gifts are servants to us. Do not be fooled by your innate aptitude to perform miracles and mystical works. It does not equate you to the bestower of those gifts. Never confound your adjacency to power with being the wielder of that power. Being anu still requires resignation and abasement, right? And that's speaking about just being close to something that's powerful and assuming that you're as powerful as what it is you're drawing your power from. Which is we're talking about being faithful again. You getting a little bit and you try to use that little bit that you got to fight the source. Which is not intelligent. And I see Chief Yuya and Akiza. Peace.
Shalom.
Yeah, peace. I was back here waiting like some $2 hooker. Waiting out here on the corner all this time.
It's cold outside.
It's cold. I had to rub my hands together to some work.
It is cold outside.
Yeah. Peace, brothers. Peace.
Yeah, man. Yeah, how y'all feeling? How y'all moving? How was your strong?
I'm not telling you the truth in front of all these people. Come on, man. What do you take me for? I ain't no snitch. I'm not snitching on myself.
Fair enough. You cheat. I was gonna. There was a verse that I saw in Isaiah when I was reading, and it brought that to mind. And this was when the king of Assyria was being sent to, punish. I think it was Judah at that time, and the Most High was saying, "Shall the ox boast itself against him that heweth therewith, or shall the sword magnify itself against him that shaketh it? As if the rod should shake itself against them that lift it up, or as if the staff should be lifted up itself, as if it were no wood." So again, speaking about you being granted a certain level of strength or power, and you letting it go to your head, as opposed to using it to carry out the works that you were commissioned to carry out. You start using it to like exalt yourself, and now you're just off. You're misaligned now, and whoever's under you, like they're misaligned now. So yeah, man, I think you're leaning in for the Zach.
I was leaning in because I was reading something. I like, all right. I'm sorry.
That's real though. I mean, it was Assyria was they were running up on Samaria at that time.
Okay.
Yeah, and which was Israel. That's northern Israel. And Yahuwah was like, like you overstepping your place, because archetypes at that time, well, still at this time, were very regional. And that was one of the differences with Yahuwah, or is one of the differences, excuse me. Like when you read the story about when he defeated Marduk and dethroned Marduk. So it was like the difference with Yahuwah and the Israeli energy, or the Israelite energy, was like, I can go up into anybody's territory and wreck shop. You're not me. You're not built like me. I went up and dethroned Marduk. I took Marduk, and the scriptures say it took Marduk and his Elohim. So like I'm going into other Elohim's territory and beating them up and their earthly representatives, like Devo.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I'm coming to your block, So when the Assyrians tried to do that, they tried to pretend like we also have a similar level of sovereignty, and this Samaria was a place that the Most High considered to be a beloved place. So it was like you being prideful. You're forgetting who you are. You're forgetting your designation, and really, in truth, how you're built. And it was in after they tried to take over Samaria, that's when they went after Judah and Jerusalem. And it was like, no, so they were brought down because they were considered to be haughty, just in overstepping.
Habitual line steppers. Rick James of history.
Exactly. Habitual. Because I mean, I think it was even Isaiah had spoke about the deity part. I know you had quoted, I think it was 36th chapter, where he was like, has any of the gods of the other nations delivered its land from the hand of the king of Assyria? And then he was like, who among all these gods of these lands have delivered their countries from my hand, that Yah should deliver Jerusalem from my hand? So it was, I think that was Hezekiah who was speaking at that time. But it was just like, yeah, y'all, you just not built like this. He's different. Y'all not built like that. So stay in your land and don't be trying to invade. Like you can't, like how he's like, go in this land, do this, go in that land. Y'all can't do that.
Yeah, man.
And I think just with building on that, it makes me think of, though, when you just said haughtiness, and pride coming before one's fall, of saying that, yeah, I'm not built like that. And then that ego jumps in and says, well, yes, I am built like that. Yes, I can do this. Like, who are you to tell me where I can and I can't go? And it almost just goes to what I see today, in the sense of everybody wants some sort of freedom. Everybody wants some sort of, let me do whatever I want to, but I'm not accountable for any of my actions either. Like, right. I want to blame everybody on why I can't do this and why I can't do that, but at the same time, no finger should be pointed at me as far as, well, what is in alignment with what I was already told what I can do and what I can't do. And I don't like my position. I want your position. I'm not cool with being the janitor, even though I know my position is very vital to the livelihood of the building and the structure and the community. Even though I know all of that, I don't care nothing about what I'm doing. I'm looking at you. I want to be the chief of the kingdom. I want to be I want to be the soldier of it. I don't want this job over here. But you're not built like, I don't care what I'm built like. We're gonna even the odds. So now let's try to put some laws in place. Let's try to put some policies in place where now a Chihuahua can get in front of a Rottweiler and start to now just go off. I can say anything I want to and start to
what swing. You gonna do, boo?
Start clapping.
Right. And now they're the Rottweiler to act like a Rottweiler. You better not do that. So now the Rottweiler starts to have psychological problems. Now those who now are the ones that were called to do certain things start to now second guess themselves. Or am I supposed to do this? Or how am I supposed to function and move in this society? All because now one hasn't now anchored themselves to their creator. Now that some have anchored themselves to a society that has done the exact opposite, which is why you have said so many times, but I know Abba Herut, hey, I said this already.
Beefs in the temple.
If you do not choose a culture, one will be chosen for you.
Yep.
And so many have allowed somebody to choose a culture for them that is not working for them, but now want to blame everybody else, but rather than look inside themselves and say, you know what? I've made some bad decisions. I made some wrong turns. Let me get on the right path and start to get with the righteous culture. But you telling me I have to fill out a form to get in here? I would rather sit over here.
Right. Yeah. I bet I have a plate ready for me.
You got to roll out the red carpet. I mean, it's a mentality, man. And some people I think are blessed with a certain mentality that's amenable to transformation, and some people aren't. And it doesn't mean that you can't develop it, but some people are already, they have a leaning towards it. And the mentality is a yes mentality. Like some people in their minds are always hearing the word yes. So when they ask a question, and this is really the basis of fidelity. When they're asking a question in their mind, they're asking a question to create a yes in their life. So like when we say let there be this or let there be that, it's like I understand that things are here that are supposed to let and supposed to come forth. And when I already have a yes in my mind that this is things that's going to happen, I'm at peace. I'm not talking a lot. But when I have a no centered mind, I'm very miserable. I'm very agitated all the time. I'm doubtful all the time. And your loyalty with anything, or your fidelity, as you all were speaking about, begins with a yes. Because yes, I have faith in the continuity of what it is that I'm committed in. And I have to fall in love with my commitment. I'm not falling in love with what I think I'm going to get and what I'm bargaining for, because only that's a whore's mentality. If you a whore, then it's perfectly acceptable. Sometimes, and we spoke about that recently in the midday affirmative, when you're raising your children like whores. If you do this, you'll get this. If you do that, I'll give you that. Do this and get that. That's whore mentality. No, can you fall in love with commitment? That's it. Well, what am I going to get if I commit? You're going to get commitment. You're going to get more commitment. That's what you're going to get. And when you fall in love with the continuity of that and you begin to honor it, now what you're doing is you're cultivating the seed of loyalty. Loyalty is built off of responsibility and commitment. Those are the legs, if you will, of fidelity. But when you have someone has ambitions and someone has fear, then there can be no fidelity once ambitions come into the place. You know what I'm saying? Once fear comes into the place, because once you're fearful, and that goes back to the scripture that Master Menyelek had brought up. But once you're fearful and once you have ambitions, you're going to start. Your vision becomes very short. You become short-sighted, and you start to invest in opportunities. And your opportunism begins to divide your mind. You'll start to have psychological disorders like schizophrenia, because your mind is divided. You start to have physical disorders, if you will, because fidelity requires a wholeness and an integrity. I gotta be whole. And what I say I am and I do, it has to be that. There has to be a fullness. And I can't look for the world to console me in my practices. Like, man, I've been doing this. I've been showing up doing these I new fellowships every Friday. I'm here, and it seemed like it's only like once a month a new person comes along. This is slow. We only get 12 new people in a year. So you'll start to. I think Aki Zach had put that in the chat earlier when he was speaking about the compensation fantasy. Which is always a personal thing. It's an idea in the field of psychology where a person sort of fantasizes about what they are to compensate for what they believe they're not. Like I have issues controlling my weight, so now I'll call myself big and beautiful. Knowing that I'm not beautiful and I'm not big, I'm actually fat. There's a difference. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Serena Williams is big. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's a big sister. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Lizzo.
It's fluffy.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We'll use terms like fluffy. You know what I'm saying? So that's the compensation fantasy, and where you're trying to find consolation in the world for the I would say the lethargic feelings that you start to develop around your spiritual practices and spiritual commitment. But what's so crazy is like the daily work you do. If I'm trotting through the desert and I'm starting to feel discouraged because of this walk, you know, eating sand or drinking salt water is not gonna make me. It's not gonna console me. It's not gonna make me feel like, yeah, I can make it now.
Right.
It's some good salt water. You know what I'm saying? It's some good sand. You just rub it together. It tastes all right. If you close your eyes,
Make a killing out of some lips.
right? Exactly. You start, because you'll start fantasizing about what's going through, and then you'll fall away from what it is that you're committed to, and eventually you're going to return to the secular environment. But being able to remain faithful to what your practices are and what you've devoted yourself to becomes the food of your perseverance. It removes that habitual lackadaisicalness that causes you to want to go to the world to seek consolations from creatures and aliens that exist inside of the world.
Yeah, that makes me think of too, like just some of the reasons why people don't make it all the way. Because at least I know what's back here. I know the places where I have put my feet. I don't even know how far the other side of the desert is.
Right.
You know, and if you're committed to just the comfort of it, or you had one of those fantasies of I haven't been doing anything like the regular stuff that I need to do. I haven't been focusing on, not really regular, but some of the tasks that we may see as small or mundane. I haven't been doing those properly. But maybe if I do something so great that no one had even imagined that I was capable of doing it, it'll make up for my unwillingness to, I don't know, keep my space clean or something simple as make my bed.
Yeah. That's a very good point, man. Yeah, sometimes people that's the trying to create this external idea of who you are, because a person like that, usually in their eyes, is only one or two things. You see everything as perfect, or you see everything as intolerable.
Mhm.
So I have to show the world, and even you get confused because you start to think that everybody who you're friends with, or everybody who says something pleasing to you, is an angel, and everybody who you're not friends with is a demon. They're all enemies. And sometimes it's actually the reverse, because your ideas are not kind of formed out of any sort of intrinsic merit that or intrinsic class, but it's just how something appeals to me. If it appeals to me, it's angelic, and people will like it. So like you said, it's an either or, as opposed to honoring the gradual devotion. Like, it's just really, you have to have and that's what I'm saying. Some people have a leaning, they're born with that leaning, where it's like, because I love when I see children like that. I remember we were at one of the retreats, and one of the babies was out on the boat, and I think they were looking for frogs or something. I don't know. She was trying to catch something, but it was like early in the dawning, and I was just like watching her. Like, I was just in amazement, because I love. I don't care what they doing. They riding their skateboard or painting. I love to see children like focused. I think it's the coolest thing in the world. You know what I'm saying? Because in that moment, nothing else matters. You know what I'm saying? They're not children. They're people on a mission. You know what I'm saying? And I just love it. I think all children, you find with visual art, you find that with children, like there's something very spiritual and natural about drawing. All children draw. All of them.
Mhm.
You know, whether they're good at it or not, they all draw. You know, and it's just something intrinsic where they all have that moment of extreme focus where it's just like, I'm trying to make this, and it might not even come out looking like anything worth nothing. You know,
Right.
you don't make no money off that. You know what I'm saying? But like, that's the one you put on the fridge behind the calendar. You know, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, we need the calendar magnet to hold it up, baby. You know, but that's the thing. When you fall in love with that focus, it becomes such an amazing virtue. But people who come and go and can't rock it out like that, man, those are people who usually have their own personal God. You know, they got this own personal invisible God, and it's only an incarnation of what they want to adore. You know, so they're usually a fanatic for their own personal God and their own personal leanings and sympathies. And that's why the fidelity never seems to take root.
It's interesting, Chief, as you share about the children. I love working with the children.
Mm-hmm.
And you made me think about like Toy Story. I love all the cartoons. Toy Story with fork, and it looks like, okay, he's got this little wiggly eye, and he's got this what is that? He's a fork, but they made him into a character that is like it's a fork, and it's got little eyes you glued on it. But the thing is, kids, when they make their little crafts and everything, and I love it with my kids because I see them, and and that's the part that I enjoy seeing them every day. Even though sometimes they can't speak like each and every one of us, but they have their own uniqueness that I watch and I see, and it lifts my day. I mean, my mornings are tiring because when I'm driving, but I'm excited when I see them. I'm like, oh my God, that's another part, like you said, of the Most High. It's like the uniqueness and the individuality of each and every one. And like you said, the drawings. I remember I still have my son. I still remember he drew some little, and I still have it to this day because it's like, wow, he made this.
Right.
And again, it wasn't about being perfect, but it's perfect to him. And that's the little things that we miss. And I appreciate. And that's the part of the Most High that it's like, it's the simplicity of life that most people are missing. You know, it's that part that, you know, like I love nature, the birds, you know, if it's the sun, I was watching the sun and I'm like, whoa, oh, good Lord. I'm like, I was, again, even though it's cold, but I can feel the warmth through that windshield. I can feel like, yeah, I feel you. I appreciate it because I love heat. I don't like it cold, but I feel that warmth. And so, you know, and as you were sharing, I thought you were saying about how people become more used to it. It's like that dirty. I heard about, there was a story about people are used to drinking that dirty water, like you mentioned about the sand and the salty water. It's like after a while, it's like, okay, it's black and it's and you're like, why are you drinking it? So now the Most High gives you this clean, fresh mountain water, which I've had, and it's like, but some people are like, I don't know, I'm used to this dirty, like, what is that? Is that a fish head or whatever it is? But they become so attuned, they become so immune to the dirtness. But when the Most High gives you that fresh glass of water, and you're scared at first, but then you're like, doesn't have a fishy taste. It's, do I trust this? Is this pure?
I can't taste nothing.
Yeah.
No, it ain't no flavor.
Something wrong with it.
Right.
Need more grapes. Yeah. You right, man.
Purple.
I mean, right, more purple. I think Toy Story is a good example of that, man, because of the simplicity. I don't know all of them. I gotta be honest, but I do remember Woody.
Yeah.
Right, that's the cowboy.
Yeah.
And I know Woody was named after Woody Strode. Yeah, Woody Strode was a brother back in the days. He was an athlete. He was in a film called Sergeant Rutledge.
Oh.
Yeah, man, he was a brother. But because you remember the Woody in Toy Story, he had a show, Woody's Roundup, something like that. That's what it was based off. Yeah, but
You're my favorite deputy.
right, you're my favorite deputy, and what did you say? Reach for the sky, and you know what I'm
Reach for
saying?
the sky, right?
Yeah, because all those catchphrases mean something. But the thing about him is that he was real simple, right? Like he, as far as a toy, he just had a string, and that's it. There was like no big thing about him. And of course, when then Buzz Lightyear comes along, it's like, oh wow, you know what I'm saying? Got all this extra, but it's the simplicity that you're talking about, like, you know, because that movie obviously was about sentience. It was about a lot of things. It was a lot of Masonic stuff in that movie, but
Wow.
it was about sentience. You know, like the simplicity of something that we ignore every day. Bunch of bunch of toys in a room. You know what I'm saying? And they have all these different adventures, and they have these different personalities, and you know, Woody being having life when I think the boy's name was Andy or something like that. You know, but
Yeah.
yeah, right. You know, and you know, it's an imagined life, because at the end of the day, when you watch Toy Story, you don't know if it's really real, or if they are all figments of Andy's imagination.
Mm.
You know, at the end of the day, you know, that's why when Andy grows up, it's like he's having trouble getting rid of Woody, because it's still a component of his psyche, you know. So yeah, man, it's deep, man. Like when you look at like something like Toy Story, because it's the simplicity, the smallest things, and what they symbolize, and like Woody being such a simple thing, but he also symbolizes, you know, he was obviously the leader, you know, but he symbolized a father, a masculine authority, you know, being a male
Tell me
figure.
how he had a father. How did you say that? How
Right,
he
yeah,
had his father?
Andy. Right. Woody was really his father figure, you know, and that's why it was like he was a Western from 1950s. It was a Western stuff, you know, when there were in America, there were certain values of right and wrong that were really stressed. Like, this is how you tie a noose knot. You got to tie it this way, or the nigga will fall right out the tree.
Right.
You know, so the 50s, they was teaching things like that, you know, how to.
Even I remember there's a John Wayne movie where the boy's like, I think he was asking him like, go swim and get it, and he's like, I can't swim.
Yeah, he threw him in
Yeah,
there.
you can't swim. You threw him in there.
Right.
You
Yeah,
know?
and then the mother came along. She was like, I can't swim either. He went to go throw her in the water.
He gave her
Right.
I know it, bro.
Yeah, I know all of John Wayne's movies. Man, he was another crazy racist, but he made some good movies though.
Yeah.
He didn't care for us too much, but he made some good movies.
Yeah,
But yeah, man, you're right, man. It's the simplicity, you know, that really, like you said, I'm driving, I just see the warmth in the window, and I recognize, man, this is, you know, that presence is always with me. You know, it's always there. You know.
Yeah, and that just made me think of, well, first of all, when you turned your camera off, man, you threw me off, man.
I know that's what he's
Yeah, so
he borrowing the account. Now we know he borrowed somebody's account. You know, stole somebody's password.
Oh man!
Yeah, put it in the water.
Yeah, but when you were speaking, Abba Herut, when you was just like, you know, making this, you seen the youth make a fork and put some eyes on it. It's like that imagination. It just started making me think of it in creativity, right? Mm-hmm. And even when I see youth, like anytime like I have nephews and nieces and all of this, and they get these toys and they play with the boxes. They don't play with the toys. Like they'll go over here and start doing all of this crazy stuff. And it's interesting though, as people start to get older though, now it's almost like this psyche that has crystallized though, and they get heavy. So now I don't have an imagination. Now I don't have, you know, this creativity. Only thing that I can focus on is what I think is concrete, or at least what I believe to be is concrete, and that's money. You give me the money, or you give me this. Don't try to give me anything outside of, you know, what I don't think will actually bring some type of tangible items into my life. So when you start talking about loyalty, you start talking about all of this, like what am I supposed to do with that? And then people start coming up with these fancy words like without no you can't have romance without no finance. But don't know anything about a relationship. But just knowing, I know this is a business thing. In the business, you gotta have money, you gotta have this, you gotta have that. All concrete things, but not being able to be mobile and flexible when it comes to the psychology of moving forward. So it has to be something like this. And even when I look back in this chat, when he said we fix our eyes not on what is seen, right? How many can fix their eyes on something that they can't see? How many times have people said you have to take a step without actually seeing the first step? I don't know what's about to happen. I don't know if there's a net. I don't know if something is going to catch me, but guess what? I'm going to do it, right? Like, I don't know if you're going to laugh at these two eyes that I put on this fort. I don't know if everybody is going to say that this is a stupid idea. I'm just going for it because that's what children do. I'm going for it. I'm going to it. I'm going to be in a park in the middle and everybody's just sitting there. I'm going on the swings and I'm swinging. I'm going for it because I'm going to have a good time. But then when you get older, now it's like, I can't get my shoes dirty in the sand, right? Or I can't come over there and do this. Now you have crystallized yourself where now I'm not able to now expand, grow. I have to now, all of a sudden, it comes from that transformation or that debt of is one willing to die of what they feel like they know of themselves at this moment in order to rebirth themselves into a whole new reality so that they can grow. And it's not that deep. It's not that deep. It's simple, right? It's the simplicity and the small things in life that one seems to just skip over because it has to be more than this. No, it's not. No, it's not. You can literally change your life off of a couple segments of enlightenment and transformation. You can change your life off of a couple podcasts. You literally can listen to it on repeat. And you can gain something from it different every time that you listen to it. You can gain something different from it every time you can go back. And you can start to actually implement things that are that simple. But because people are so hard-headed and so, I'm not going to actually listen. I got to have it this way. I got to have it this way. Or I would have listened to you if you would have just told me this way. Or I learned better this way. Here we go.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought that was a period. My bad. No, because he did the thing with his hand when he came down with his hand like that. I thought it was like boom. I misinterpreted.
I think that's the symbol for that's a semicolon.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's like it's so many. I'm gonna say this last thing and I'm gonna stop. It's like so many what we were talking about just with that food. So many just are addicted to empty calories, right? Or what Master Menyelek said of when I just want to taste this steak. One of the greatest movies that I've ever I just want to taste the steak because somebody has been handing as a child, been handing you Cheetos, been handing you Funyuns, been handing you all of these things with these shiny bags and all of these colors that when you walk into a checkout line and all of you see is this yellows and reds and greens and things that is trying to grab your attention. And all of a sudden, somebody's telling you, now look beyond what somebody is putting in front of you because it's a fantasy that they're trying to pull you into that ultimately you're going to have a difficult time. But I'm trying to tell you, here's some water. I'm trying to give you something of nutritional value. I'm going to set it right here. Nah, it didn't come in the package that I've been handed to this entire time that I know it at least tastes good, but it's actually it's all empty calories when I'm consuming it. I feel full. Now I'm starting to get fluffy. I'm not fit. It's not having me actually be mobile, but it still tastes so good, and I don't think I'm ready to really let go of it. So now I'm starting to have a bunch of issues in my life and a bunch of problems that I don't know where it's coming from. So if I go listen to a little bit of what is being dropped over here in our news, I can suck up a little bit of it. I can get a little bit of energy. I'll go back out there and get some more of the garbage since I need my injection again, and I'll come back over here and I'll listen. So, yeah, now I'm done.
Now you can speak. Yeah. No, but I was actually just building off of what you said, like when you said that you can listen to these things and then you only have to implement them. But I think that's where the train kind of goes off the tracks, if you will, because the implementation, I could listen to the entire alphabet, right? Which letter is for me? Because we all have power letters, we all have power numbers. Which one is for me? So implementing it's similar to like what Mark Twain said. Mark Twain said, was it the secret to getting ahead is getting started. And it's like, where do I begin at? Like that's why having, like, for y'all it's a little bit different because you have me, and I do a lot of things, and but I technically only have one job. And my one job is to stay in constant communication with the creator and force down your throat the things that you don't want to do. That's really the only thing I have to do. All the other little podcasts and stuff like that, that's just extra. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't really got to do none of that. So the thing about it is that when you have that shepherd, when you have that overseer, when you have that jegna, they will say, hey man, your number is 7, so that means your letter is G. But I don't like the letter G, man. Look like a humpback. That's your letter, bro. You know what I'm saying? Ain't about what you like. That's well, my girlfriend, man, her name was Gigi, and Gigi did me dirty, man. You know what I'm saying? I walked in the house one day, she was laying up in there with her ex, just came home from prison. G.
His name was Gordon.
Gordon, exactly.
And he was the OG.
Right. You know what I'm saying? I had her bent up like a letter G. So it's like hunched, completely hunched. So you know what I'm saying. So, but it's like my job is to say, "Hey, man, you got to do it. This is what it is," and being able to put all those pieces together. So I think it's very difficult. Like, it is some, like what you said, is that, hey, man, the answers are here, but it's very difficult when you're trying to do it yourself, because of course there's always that self-doubt, there's always that fear, and those and kind of being overwhelmed as well sometimes, can put us in a place where we just completely feel exasperated, because sometimes that jegna can also let you know, like, sometimes we say, or at least I say, Kemet wasn't built in a day. They say Rome wasn't built in a day. But it's like, we'll say that, but we don't really take that to heart. Like, yo, what was built in a day? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you think that you could do anything in a day? Like, what have you done in one day? You know what I'm saying? Nothing is done in a day. You don't go to school and get a degree in a day. You know what I'm saying? And even if you get a certification in a day, which you probably won't, because they still got to print it out, put your name on it. You got to come back and get it. You know what I'm saying? The printer's out of ink. But even if you were to right, so but even if you got that, you're not going to apply it. You're not going to go and use that to get it to, upgrade your career or whatever. There's nothing that you're really going to do that's going to happen as quick as you might imagine it. Everything requires planning. Everything requires a process. And sometimes when you don't have someone who can look at your habits and look at your lifestyle, look at your career, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, yeah, brother. See, if your immune system was stronger, you wouldn't even have to worry about, you know what I'm saying? Getting whatever it is. I don't know what it is. I ain't going to no doctor.
That's COVID.
It could be. Could be. Hey man, why they don't call it Corona no more?
Wow, you're right.
Right? Yeah.
Why did they call it anyway?
But so I'm just saying, a lot of times, when you have that jegna, when you have that head, and everybody needs that. Everyone who's interested in being transformed and being their best self and going into a place where you're not just looking at yourself in the years passing by and finding yourself in the exact same position or at that same job that makes you miserable, or doing things that you don't enjoy, or wanting to change but deep down being scared of what the unknown is, so you don't make any change. Sometimes you need No, I'm not gonna say sometimes. I'm gonna say all the times.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody needs that kick in the pants. Even after your decision to make change, because you might have the decision sitting there, but like some people lose their jobs, right? And after they lose their job, they be like, man, that was the best thing that could have happened to me. I didn't realize that at the time, but I knew enough was enough. I knew it was ultimately time to make a certain kind of change, but and I even maybe explored some other avenues, but that was the kick in the butt that I needed to do something or be something where I would be more fulfilled, or to be able to wake up and to do something that I enjoy that might actually put a smile on my face, or to make that 180-degree turn from where I was previously. And sometimes we don't have our own force to apply towards the actions that we want to make or want to take, or if we do, the results can be positive, but they can be so extremely small that we become disappointed in the idea of micro movement.
Mm-hmm.
And again, when you have that shepherd, when you have that overseer, that jegna, they'll remind you like, hey man, you going somewhere. You're acting like this is where you were 3 days ago or where you were last year. And even though you may feel like you're moving at a snail's pace, and you might be moving at a snail's pace, look at how far we've come through the consistency. Let me go back to the fidelity, because you desire to take certain steps. There was a realization of micro movements that move forward, which is perfectly fine. You actually made moves, and from your overseer or your pastor or your shepherd or your jegna, whatever, you were constantly giving doses of commitment and doses of patience. So it's inevitable that the laws of motion are going to take care of the rest. You ain't got to worry about it.
Right.
You have no choice but to build towards movement and momentum, as long as you won't get stuck, as long as you've made that choice, and then you allow those kicks in the back, whether it's in your health, whether it's in your career or your relationship, or you feel like you've fallen victim to paralyzation because of fear. I would say, just adding on to what Aki Zach said, man, everybody needs that person that is responsible to them, responsible for them, who can say, hey man, I see what you're doing, or a lady, it's not all a man, a woman,
Right.
I know you don't want to do this part, but you're gonna do it. Oh, but Chief, that doesn't resonate with me. This is what resonates with me. Yeah, it resonates with you because it keeps you stuck, and you want to stay stuck. So you're only going to resonate with the easy stuff that won't allow you to grow. Hashtag grow. You see? So having that shepherd says, hey, Zach, man, I know you keep talking about you can't speak publicly and all that, but you can. You're going to do it, man. All right, Chief, man. So what's up with you? Man, don't worry about what's up with me. Remember I was talking to you about speaking publicly, and we was rapping about that? Yeah. I'm going to get on it. Yeah, you said you was going to get on 2 years ago, man. All right, man, I'll talk to you later. And I'm going to bring it up next time we talk, by the way. So, yeah, this is like prison. You can't run. There ain't nowhere to go. Every time I see you, I'm going to bring it up again until you do it, So that's the job of that shepherd, man, to kind of be that. We all have a conscious, and sometimes our conscious is outside of our body. And those are people we usually, can't stand. Sometimes it might be like a friend of yours girlfriend or a friend of yours boyfriend. Every time they come to your place, his girl be like, man, it's always messy in here. When you gonna get a woman? This place need a woman's touch. Now she's right, because you was saying the same thing to yourself. But she come over and say, you bring your man to, hey man, come here, man. Yeah, I'm tired of your woman. Every time she come in, she got something slick to say. I don't want to disrespect her, but I'm telling her, man, she better watch her mouth. But that she's really your voice of conscience. Every time I see you with a different girl, you know, what's wrong? You're too old to be chasing women. Hey man, mind your business. But you know, she's your conscience. So sometimes that's what your shepherd is too, man. You know, being that voice of consciousness and reminding you of things.
You know, Chief, and you know, as you were sharing, and it keeps going back to, you know, when you're saying about 2 Corinthians 4 and about the unseen.
Mm-hmm.
And I can admit, some years ago, when it's like you said, you know, you need that kick in the pants, and it's like trust. And it's like, what? I don't know where we're going. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about where you're going. Do you trust the Most High? Do you trust His process? And just like you were saying, sometimes when you need that covering, when you need that head that's going to see beyond what you can see, and even though at the present we don't see it, and so, you know, when you go, and that's part of this being loyal. Do you trust in the fact that, okay, you're already on this path, you're being loyal to it, so now you have to trust the unseen. You have to trust, yes, you haven't been down this path before. Yes, we know that. So now you have to trust the process. You have to trust that where we're going, because one, if it's already been built on a foundation, and this is where I appreciate you when you invited us. Again, we had to go through, and we're still going through it, like you said. And I'm like, no, you're going to have to do this. You're going to do that. It don't matter what, you know, the point is trusting in that unseen part, trusting in that part, that knowing full well that the Most High knows He's got this. He got your back. He's not going to let you're not going to fall. Yes, you need that push in the water or push out of that nest. And then, yes, I've been through that. That's why y'all talking about, and last, I'm like talking about flying. Listen, I ain't volunteering flying out no plane. Okay. But if I be put in a situation
within a plane,
I'm going to be out the plane. It's that simple. But my point is, like you said, trusting in that unseen part of the Most High, because sooner or later, after you build that relationship, yes, you're going to be pushed. You're going to have to go through the uncomfortables. Yes, you have to go through the things you don't want to do, you don't like to do. That's part of growth. That's part of life. And then going back to, like you were sharing, and the scripture shares it, you know, our mindsets. Can we let go of, and that's why I love working with children, because the simplicity of it, they're not corrupted in the mind yet like adults, where you don't use their imagination. I love imagination. I love utilizing that. You know, I was thinking of, I think it was earlier today or yesterday. I think it was yesterday. No, it was yesterday. Schoolhouse Rock. I love, but guess what? You know, Conjunction Junk. I remember I got the DVD. But the point is the simplicity. You know, it's about living your life in the simplicity. And that's what I learned with the Most High. It's like, this is simple. This is not following the law is simple. It's just do it. If you're really caught up in that, if your ego is caught up in the moment of not letting go, then you're going to have a problem. But if you just submit, and then you just allow yourself to, don't fight it, because like you said, you're in the space. Where you going to go? If you're in prison, you in a cell. You ain't got nowhere to go anyway.
Well, yeah, the only place you have to go is back to the ethers, because like you were referencing Corinthians, I think second Corinthians 2 and 4, right?
4. Yes.
That's the one where Paul is talking to the church in Corinth, because they were basically like, they were slipping, like they were looking at the people around them who were really worshiping other Elohim. And they were like, man, we need to mix some of this in with what we're doing, because they seem to be prospering, and they're not understanding what we're doing. Like, they're not getting it. So it's kind of like, you know, when your pastor comes into church, like his hat backwards, and he's got a boombox, and he puts down on the floor, and he's like, hit it. You know, as the beat comes on, he starts rapping, and it's like, nah, man. Yeah, you know, we got to bring the young people in, man. This is what they want. This is what the kids want. You know, I'm DJ Christian. You know, MC Baptist. You know, so it's like, you know, Paul was telling them, like, yo, you know, and the way he was getting at them was so loving, because he could have just like fired on them. Like, yo, what's wrong with y'all, man? Like, you know, and he was like, look, man, look at it like this. he was saying that, you know, you're looking at these people around you, but don't you realize that you are jars of clay? And the science there is that jars of clay, it's not, you know, nowadays everything is mass produced, so everything looks the same.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I had a sister and I knew recently make me a clay. She gifted me with a clay. Uh, well, it's an incense holder,
Okay.
but I believe it started out as maybe a maybe a cup or a bowl. I don't remember, but you know, it took another direction. It, you know, it developed a life of its own. So it's now, you know, an incense holder. Um, but the thing is, it's like that's how clay is. Everything is shaped and molded and uniquely made, you know, and that's us being jars of clay. Like you looking at the world and trying to find consolation and trying to slide in and fit in with what they're doing, and you don't realize like that's a broken world that you're trying to jump inside of. And the thing about clay is not only is it uniquely made, but it is molded, you know, which can be, you know, uncomfortable, but also it's temporary. You know, clay jars and stuff break very easily.
Yeah.
So the science there is like, yo, after you come into this light, into this understanding, you following the laws, don't think you can't be broken again. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't think you can't be chipped up again, because you're a temporary jar of clay that can be easily broken by sin, you know, by the corruption of, again, looking at what other people do. Oh man, I wish I had what they had. Why are they doing so well and they're prospering, and I'm still over here struggling? And that's when he later on, that's where you see the scripture where he talks about my grace is sufficient for you, you know, for my power is made perfect in weakness. So it's like what you the thread that you should really be wrapping yourself around is not the temporary aspect and the temporary. Say, oh man, not the cup turned into incense holder. Yeah. Again, I'm not gonna say what our new woman gifted me. The I don't know, we have to come up with a name for it, because I don't think another one exists in the world actually. So that's kind of cool, you know.
Give it an NDA.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know, I can't talk about it. But you know, the clay, it comes in all different colors, all different sizes, and most importantly, there's all different uses. So when you start to learn, like, yo, what am I being molded into? And why am I afraid to jump out there, you know, in my unique mold, in my unique color, my unique shape, my unique size? Because the potter has made me uniquely and made me divinely and artfully. You know, I'm made like this and I'm moving like this for a reason, but I'm not even gonna glory in that. I was watching with a sister early this morning. We were watching this video of this sister who's like 72, and she's a chef and as well as like a bodybuilder. She looks really good. And I was saying to her, I was like, yo, her spirit is horrible. You know, like, yeah, she looked great, but she jumped out. She's like, yeah, girl, I could do a plank, and I look this good, and I started eating right I got my marriage when I got married to my husband at 40, and I became a vegan. And she was like, and let me tell you, that was my fourth marriage. All right, that's right, sister girl, you know. And I'm like, would you shut up?
Right.
Like everything was great until you opened your mouth.
Open your mouth, right?
You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, man, this sister's in good shape, man. She got, had an onion on and everything. You know, I'm like, hey, man, she look all right. You know, and then she started talking. You know, so it's like, yeah, because you're glorying in the pot. You're glorying in the clay pot. You know how easy that thing is to break.
Mm.
You know, and not in the grace that's inside of it, that it's holding. You know, it's a vessel that's containing something, that's holding something. And that's the thing that you should be looking at and saying, wow, man, look at what I've been allowed to hold. And yeah, my shape is the way it is because the portion of divinity that I got is unique. So my shape and my color and my size has to be unique. But at the end of the day, somebody can knock me over and break me. I'm that fragile.
Mhm.
So that's not the thing I'm gonna glorify in. Or like Zach said, yo, just do it. Or one of y'all did. Like, because it's so easy to be broken English, just jump out there and do it. It's all temporary. So what are you afraid of? You know? But yeah.
Afraid of that chastisement or somebody making fun of you or making a joke, or maybe I'm going to fall flat on my face and I don't want to fail. I know that and just going back to, I remember when I had first started talking to you, and I remember you was like, yeah, you do the video. And I'm like, nah, I know I make fun of people a lot. So I'm like, they're going to do it to me. And I'm not just going to give them ammunition. Like, that's not something that I do. I'll sit and I'll chill and I'll do all of this. And I'll never forget, I had a job, a little peon job that I was making $13 an hour. And I'm like holding on to garbage, like literally holding on to garbage, which eventually I end up losing. They fired me from that. They fired all of us from that job, actually.
Well, that's because you call it a peon job, making $13 an hour. Like, no, yeah, I'm so appreciative. The Most High gave me a job. Now, little peon peasant, pissant peasant. He was like, I spit on this job. Matter of fact, where's my job? I can't come in tomorrow. I got some things I take care of. Tell Lucy down at HR. I can't go.
Hey, you listen in California, that ain't much.
Oh yeah, good point. You're right. All right.
There's some place you get away with that in California.
Nah, you're right. You're right.
And I was working a crazy schedule of 2 overnights, and then my day off was one of the days though that went in. At any rate, long story long. It's one of the things though that you gotta trust though. Like, and I remember telling my brother when I went to the first retreat, I'm like, if you see me falling in a cult and I start talking crazy, come get me, man. Like, grab me out of it. Because you don't know. And I understand, like, when people like, you don't know what's about that. I don't know, like, because everything that I'm, like, not now the programming kicks in, that if I do go with it, then it's going to look like what they show me on TV. Like, what they had, people drinking Kool-Aid or people doing this all over there. So I'm like, I don't know what's about to happen. But at the same time, though, I do know that I cannot commit to something without actually having a face-to-face conversation with somebody. I cannot, I can't say that this is the life that I'm going to choose to live without now actually seeing if this person is actually living that same life. If they're actually doing something that is along that lines, or are they extending, or what's in 14 key, are they extending a bridge that they have not walked across themselves, which then ultimately that's going to bring me into a lot of calamity and danger in my own life. So then it was like, let me start to see let's just see where this is going to go. And ultimately, I don't know what's about to happen, but I do know that I can't stay in this spot, because if I stay in this spot, then I'm going to have to keep looking at myself in the mirror and saying, well, what if you would have done it? What if you would have just jumped out that plane, like you said, Abba? What if you do? What is the worst that can happen? Can I always come back to this $13? I'm sure I can find this anywhere. What is the worst that can happen? The worst that can happen is that I might be able to master flight without the use of wings. That's the worst that might be able to happen. So now, or I can stay there and just be grounded for the rest of my life and just saying that, you know what if one day I can get here? What if one day that I see something better for myself? But ultimately though, how can I now get something if I'm unwilling to let go of what is already that I think or what I perceive to be of something of value that's in my hand? So I want to hand you something. I want to give it to you. Here it is right here. But you got to let that go. And I think that the hardest part is, but if I let this go, what's going to happen to me?
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather dance with the devil I know than the one that I don't. At least I know what to expect, which is why many people stay in certain relationships that they know is not a dead end and it's not going. People stay in dead end jobs that they know is not going anywhere. They stay in dead end things that they know are not going anywhere, because at least I know what I can expect from this. I can expect that this is not going to work out, or I can expect that I know the pain that's going to come from this, that I have geared myself up to, so I don't have to deal with anything other than what I already know. But if I walk over here And if I commit myself to this, I just don't know. So guess what? I'm gonna straddle the fence is what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna get a little bit, but I'm gonna come right back over here just so I have some sort of some balance or some stasis that I have, that I think that I have, but I really don't have. And it's a matter of now, yeah, can you now say, you know what? I'm going to commit myself to something better. I'm going to commit myself, and I know it's not going to be easy. I know there's some things that I might have to give up this 1B pack of yak. I might have to give up me trying to be the man and become a man by chasing these hoes. I might have to get that up. But guess what? I want to become a better version of myself, and the only way to do that is to be willing to let go, so that therefore you can accept what is actually being handed to you. And moving beyond, this is my last point, and I'm gonna stop. Long-winded. It's like, this is my other favorite movie. Like and it was like when Chief was talking to that clay that is very easily broken. It's like when Simba was walking with his father, Mufasa, and he was like, "Don't go over into the darkness."
Lion King.
Right. But I thought kings can do whatever they want to do. That's not how this works. That's not how this works. But this society will sell you on being an individual. This society will sell you on, no, you got the freedom to do whatever you want to do. That is not how this works. When you're in a covenant with the most, I'm telling you, this is what you can do and what you can't do.
Right.
But I'm telling you, you can have a good time being in harmony with everything that is around you. But now it's like, nah, but your eyes gonna get you beat. I want to go over there, though. I want to go over there. I'm telling you, there ain't nothing over there. It's just a valley of hollow, dry bones. I don't care. I want to see it anyway.
Mm-hmm. And,
okay. Well, now you bringing on your own demise.
Yeah, and it's funny you said that.
Oh, go ahead, Abba.
It's funny, Aki Zach was saying that. It's like, I look back, even before coming in, I knew. I remember a relationship I was in at the time I came in, and I knew I had to let that person go. I knew it. And they said they were Hebrew. That's but I knew that their actions were like, no, this ain't, I'm watching Chief, and this ain't what you Most High. But then you have to let it go. You can't straddle the fence. I've been there. I've done. So like you said, after you broke it, like Chief was saying about that vessel, the Most High is going to break you. He going to break you. And when he breaks you, damn it. You know why I'm excited? Because the Most High broke me in some ways that I'm like, damn, I'm glad he did. Because why? If I wasn't broken early on, I wouldn't be able to appreciate this moment that we are in, what we're talking about now. So now when you understand that, and I remember many times where I made the mistakes, and I'm learning from my mistakes, especially the mistake of others. And since being in I knew, this is not a space to be comfortable. You ain't, no, I see that devil. I see it. I see that devil in you. If you don't control them, they will control you. And like you just said, you will be broken. And don't worry about it. Abba Herut got some pieces running around. Don't worry about it. You'll be okay. You don't need those pieces anyway. You won't use them anyway. Don't worry about it. But at the same time, are you willing to be remolded? Are you being willing to be reshaped? Are you willing to trust the Most High, knowing full well that you don't know what the hell you're doing anyway? So now, let someone else that has more knowledge, that created you. Trust in the process, even though you don't understand where the hell you're going. The point is, are you willing to be broken? Are you willing to submit? And like you just shared about, and that's what I learned about with my Baba. And I knew with Chief, because he was the forerunner preparing me for Chief. Chief don't do what he want to do. I know that, and Chief has brought that down in the stories. When you are the head Jegna, you have to do more of the Most High, and you're going to have to do more of what it's not about you. It's about you do what you're told to do, and damn it, do with a smile. I love it with that jokey part, the Joker. When he used to laugh, it was this phrase he says, Laugh with a smile, something like that. But my point is, I don't want to mess that up. The point is, when you are the head, you are going to be broken. And you're going to have to, when you submit and you trust, and that's how you know, like, okay, the Most High has me to wake up in the middle of the night, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is, do it anyway. And so people think that you're right. People think that when you have sovereignty, when you are a royal, you just do what you want to do. No, we don't got that. No. We are held more accountable. And so what I appreciate about my Baba and how he taught me the morals, fidelity, and it was simple, his lessons. And then when Chief breaks it down, simplicity is like the law. You don't, ain't no, the choice, the law. Are you willing to live the law? Are you willing to follow these truths? That's what we're about. If you're not willing to accept that, guess what? Grow. It doesn't matter. You're going to grow either way. Or you'll grow in the dirt or in earth and whatever and die, but whatever. But
Still got to grow.
huh? Still got to grow.
Still got to grow.
So I just wanted to share that, building on that from Renaki Zach.
Yeah, another point that you had made me think of, Akizak, when you brought up the Lion King was Abba Herut and I were speaking about this yesterday, the importance of headship, and Chief brought it up earlier too. Thinking about it, that I thought kings could do whatever they want. Scar said the exact same thing later in that movie. He said, I'm king, I could do whatever I want. If it wasn't for Mufasa, Simba could have easily turned into Scar. You know, if he didn't have that line of authority, he could have easily just been like, well, I could do whatever I want. And the line would have been barren. But because Scar was so self-serving, everything just turned into a wasteland because he wasn't concerned about, it's like what Chief said in one of our Shabbat meetings. He said, it's not about who's right, it's about what's right. And Mufasa was trying to show Simba the importance of preserving what's right and not really about who's right. Because like people would say like stuff like might makes right, or the people who are in charge, people who make the rules can break the rules. You know, it's not about who you are. It's about what's sustaining the economy, or what's sustaining the community, or what's sustaining the family, or what's sustaining you. And it all comes from the same source. It comes through Yah, it goes to the man, and then him being that example, he can now, like Chief was saying, you got to shut down these people's throats sometimes. This is what you were meant to be. And you know you were meant to be it, but you're two-stepping, you know, you're half-stepping. And Mufasa, you might have, that other side of Mufasa is like, you deliberately disobeyed me. Mm-hmm. You know, and worse, you put the feminine in danger now. You know, because you led her into this valley of dry bones. She's following your lead. Whatever she says, always the man's fault. Whatever she did it because you allowed her to do it. You could have been the one that said, no, we ain't going over there. Pops already told me not to go over there. You know, you're in with your father, you with me. So I'm the headship in this scenario.
And I think, though, even what you just said, too, Abba Herut, you know, that grow, or that hashtag what Chief says, I think what many want to grow, but they want to skip the growing pains.
Right.
And, right. And that you're going to have growing pains. It's like, you're getting asked to do something that I've never done necessarily myself. I don't necessarily know, or maybe not have seen the blueprint for somebody in my family to do what you're asking me to do. So I don't know how to do it. So, but now there's going to be growing pains of, okay, maybe I'm going to have to start from ground zero. And this is where that humility has to come in, mm-hmm. of knowing your limitations, of saying, you know what? All right, I don't know. I can't be just egoic and say, oh, no, I got this. And I've been doing this my entire, I don't know what I'm doing. I may have to ask for help, and which becomes a challenge. But then when it's like, I can do whatever I want, but I haven't taken the time to build myself up in order to now move like I profess. Then now it comes into that, like, what does it say in the 14 keys? Is denial is a wonderful place to stay if you can afford the rent. and you can deny, like what you just said. Scar said the very same thing. I can do whatever I want. What Simba said as a young, you can deny the Most High, but it's a wonderful place to live if you can afford rent. And the rent is bad. You think your eyes are getting you beat on what you think you need, and I need all of this money, and I need all of this stuff, and I need all of these things that they be brought into my life, and all of these things that are trivial and shallow pursuits. And then it's like barrenness, though. Like when you find out I've been going the wrong direction this entire time. When it was laid right in front of me of saying, you know what, am I going to actually have some self-actualization and know thyself and actually move forward? Or am I still going to hold on to this, but that's going to cause these growing pains? And I don't know if I don't want to feel any pain. I would rather feel good in the moment and then feel the pain when it's too late, when now all of a sudden somebody says you in the hospital bed, and it's many people been telling you should eat right, until now, yes, now I got hypertension. Now I got cancer, and somebody's telling me now, you have no choice. Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it now. No, do it while the sun is out. Mm-hmm. Do it while you have an opportunity to say, you know what, I'm going to commit myself to something while I have the energy, while I have the vigor, and while it's not too late where somebody's not holding it. And that doesn't mean that you're not going to have somebody that, like a Jegna, like a Chi, or like somebody in here is going to be like, hey, did you do it? Hey, you're going to go do it now, though. I'm going to put my foot in your back, and then you're going to keep going. But again, there's another level that you just keep expanding and you keep growing, but you have to trust the process. You got to have faith. And you gotta look yourself in the mirror and say, I refuse to be in this same space that I am today, that I will be in the next month, that I will be in the next year, because this time goes by fast, and everybody says the same thing. That went by fast. This year went by fast. Well, what did you do with it? Did you squander it away and do the same thing you've been doing, or did you take this opportunity to grow and actually become better on yourself and actually grow inside of a community that can hold you accountable, or your ego is still so inflated that you're like, I'm doing this by myself. Even though everybody knows you're not doing this by yourself.
Mm-hmm. You know, what's interesting is that when you using that Lion King example, man, it's like just comparing it to like today's social or societal ambitions and agendas. You see the removal of Mufasa as the removal of the metaphysical gateway to higher understanding, because of what he was constantly giving to Simba from the very beginning, you know. And like, whereas Simba, of course, like you said, had that maxim where it's like, yo, I take what I want, I do what I want. It was Mufasa, which was, you know, who really kind of stressed the balance in all things, and those principles of contrast, if you will, and how important it is to maintain balance in the social order. But he's just talking to his son, so it's letting us know, not only in the social order, but even down to the smallest family unit, that balance is important. And it's just interesting because, like, generally, like, children are raised in a society with like these really superfluous affirmations. I can do anything. I'm king of the world. I'm the prettiest queen ever. And, you know, and it's really superhuman. And it's like all that praise, it automatically hoists them onto a pedestal where, like, they eventually become self-destructing narcissists. As a result, they develop personality disorders, you know. Whereas, like, when you look at Mufasa, or that father figure, he was softening that ego. You know, he was like, wait a minute, let me tell you something. He was like, first of all, I feel fear. There's fallibility within me. And, you know, he's kind of tempering, you know, his son's mindset by teaching him that you exist for a purpose. I exist for a purpose. And that purpose is greater than yourself, you know. And it's just interesting, you know, when you think about, like, you know, so just think about the film, like, with Scar represented. Scar was that dude that was like Scar was like the weakness of the conscious community.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where he's coming in, and obviously he's manipulating everybody, but his point is to remove the beacon of balance and order and wisdom that Mufasa represents, because he feels like I'm supposed to get something, you know. And even in telling Simba he should run away, right, it's like telling him, leave the order and the wisdom of your elders. You see, and that's like what happens to us. You know, I'm speaking as a man, you know, but I mean, always speaking as a man, but you know, in general, you know, I don't switch it up, so, you know, but you see that Mufasa is really the apparatus for justice and meaning inside of the kingdom. So removing the children away from the masculine energy is like ripping them away, because the man himself is the religion. He's the thing that binds you to those divine and more deeper principles and gives you something to strive for beyond secularization, something that's metaphysical. He gives you that, you know, so everything that Mufasa is given, he's like, yo, look at the unseen part though. He's always getting, look at the stars. Yeah, what is the unseen aspect to that? You know, and the adherence to that obviously would create, you know, Mufasa part two. But that secularization, you know, what's so deep about it is that the first goal of secularization is to remove religious thought, religious leaning. And then the second goal is then to establish metaphysical control over language and over reason. You see? And now once you've done that, you've secularized a person. So when Mufasa dies at the hands of Scar, you know, it's Simba being extracted from his religion or snatched away from his culture, his original culture, you know. And of course, he doesn't know any better. He's so young, you know, he doesn't really know what's going on. So when Scar is like running, telling him to run away and everything, you know, he doesn't realize that even running into Timon and Pumbaa, what was it? Pumbaa, Grand Pumbaa? What was it again?
Pumbaa.
Pumbaa, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I used to just watch this a little bit with the children, man. It was a long time ago. I don't hardly remember everything, but you know, that Hakuna Matata piece is like it's the ultimate chant of nihilism. You know what I'm saying? Nothing matters and everything happens on a linear. Whereas Mufasa was like, man, everything happens in a circle. You know, and so it's just kind of deep. You know, he runs into these other outcasts and they're telling him everything means nothing. And that's the complete antithesis to the theistic philosophies that he was receiving from his father Mufasa. And like when he gets that catalyst to think right again, it's when he has that spiritual, you know, experience with the stars. And they laugh at him. You know what I'm saying? He runs off, and that's when he runs into Rafiki and all that, right? But you know, it's like the confirmation, like when he hears his pop's voice telling him, like, yo, you're a king, you know, and I've never left you. It's that confirmation that, like, no, my religion was real. I had a good religion to begin with before it was stripped from me, you know. So it's just, I don't know. When you brought it up, I just thought about the circle of life and like how our children are stripped from us, you know, from that masculine authority. And it's through that masculine gateway that they learn the deeper spirituality and metaphysics of life. And Scar is like the conscious community. You know, I'm going to promise you everything your pops gave you. Everything your pops was trying to give you, I can give it to you. But I can give it to you in a different kind of way where it's more sympathetic to what you want, not realizing that, you know, again, you're now being pushed into a line of hedonism. You're being pushed into a line of a meaningless life. Whereas what you had before was that circle, but now it's like a social atomization, you know, or a reduction of the functional unit of what exists in society down to the individual rather than the family. So now your individual comfort rules above all else, and that kind of eliminates the concept of the individual sacrificing themselves for the sake of the family and the community.
You know what, Chief?
Mhm.
As you were speaking, because I like certain visual memories were being triggered from that movie, and what it brought to mind was that parable of the sower, sowing the seed. And I was thinking about all of the different terrain that Simba ran through when he was running away. And I
Right,
was thinking,
desert.
he ran through all of those different places. He was the seed.
Mm-hmm.
And he ran through a thorny place. He ran through a rocky place. And then he wound up in a barren desert
Right,
scorched by heat. And the birds were pecking at him.
right,
And
the
then,
vultures. Mm-hmm.
yeah, and then here come Timon and Pumbaa to usher him away to this false paradise. And telling him that nothing matters,
Right.
which was like worries and riches are some of the things that take you. Like, I never saw it before until, I don't know why it just clicked. It just clicked.
Yeah, and it was the scattering. I mean, because you talk about the soul and the seed, it's the seed that gets scattered. So it was kind of that a similar sort of idea, but he learned how to operate in extreme narcissism, and that's like, it's just so deep. I mean, because we see that just in a larger sense today in the community, where once that father is moved, once the masculinity, once the shepherd is removed, then you're now taught, even in the churches, man. Like I said, you hear a lot of the sermons is all about your breakthrough.
Mm-hmm.
It's always about your breakthrough.
Long time coming, too.
Right, exactly. Because you told me last year was my season, and I lost my job. But then like this year's my season again, and people been praying against me and praying for my downfall. And then when you fall into the conscious community, you go get a reading, and they're like, yeah, somebody put a hex on you. Someone is lighting candles for your downfall. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, there's never any messages about, again, self-sacrifice for the good of the community. There's never any messages for that. And we raise children with that sort of poison, and you see the result of it. And a lot of it starts with those, like I said, those very early on affirmations that put them on an unnecessary pedestal. Yeah.
Man, and
That also, oh, go ahead, bro. All right, I was actually it's like 2 for 2. I'm gonna bring up another one of your movies, Fight Club. And with the points that Chief was hitting, I was like, this sounds like Fight Club. The narcissism and nihilism that one learns to adopt as a coping mechanism when you realize you're not that special. Tyler Durden's speech to everybody who was gathered there, he's like, I see all these new faces, which means y'all been breaking the first 2 rules of Fight Club. And he goes on to tell how they're like the middle children of civilization, because they were told how there would be astronauts and firefighters and pilots, and they realized but they're not, and they realizing that they're not as special as they were told they were, or made to believe that they were, and they were pissed off by it, and they were ran by a schizophrenic narcissist, So that's what I just wanted to bring that up. It's like, this is the plot to Fight Club. And they both talking about they didn't love their fathers. It was just one talking to himself, but you know what I mean.
So on that same piece, but I'm gonna go back to the Lion King. In the Lion King, when he met Timon and Pumbaa, right? In that exchange, so Chief might have watched this way back. I might have watched this maybe a couple strokes ago. Okay, so these are just my. In that exchange, they said in the conversation that they had to themselves was, he was like, "Look, get rid of this dude because this dude might eat us."
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because they knew what this was.
Mm-hmm.
Only person that didn't know who he was Simba. Okay. So then they was like, well, hold on. He's young one. If we can get this young dude on our side, then this will be better for us.
Mm-hmm.
Light bulb, right? So now if we fast forward and we transfer that into today, how many people, why would it benefit other people for you not to know who you are? Like, why would it benefit certain people if even if you go back and look at some of the, Chief did a segment on the lost books of the Bible. Why would it benefit certain people to take some of these books out? Why would it benefit somebody for you not to have the complete story or the complete circle so that you can understand the cycle of life, but ultimately give you a linear line to say that, oh, it just has to go like this, and not knowing who you are and not being connected to that father or that shepherd that's going to tell you, no, you got to remember who you are, man. You up here chilling and you saying Hakuna Matata and you doing all of this. That's not where you come from. That's not where you connected to your lineage and your line, and that's not who your father is. When you out here, like you was talking about earlier, Abba, Herut, and people up here killing one another, and you up here putting all of these little things on your eyelashes and floating away, and you doing all that. That's not who you are. Like, who are you? When he finally met Rafiki, and he's like, no, the question is, who are you? Because you don't know. But this world has given so many garbage ideas of what you think now is pretty, of what you now have confused as what you are, your idea of beauty, and all of these different things that somebody has handed you and saying this means to be a man, or there's actually no man and no woman anymore. You can be anything that you want to be now. Hakuna Matata. Feel free. This is free to express yourself in any way that you want to, because that's just how this goes. No, remember who you are. That's not what we do. That's something that my father always used to say. If you start acting like jumping on the couch, hey, like it was a look, and if it needed to, he'll put a belt around his neck and then be like, all right, try me. That's not what we do. Right? You can I don't care if you spend the night at so-and-so's house and they did that. That's not what you're going to come over here and do. You was raised better than that. And that's a matter of now, you were raised better than that. Can you now connect yourself back to your father, to your source, to now how you're supposed to conduct yourself and how you're supposed to move and traverse through this world? Or does it just feel better to say Hakuna Matata, and I'm accepted by this outside group, that this outside group now can offer me little trinkets and offer me a full-time job of benefits and all of this, all because now I'm going to sell all of that, but my connection to the creator for what? This? Like, what is this going to get me? Even when I'm like, and I'm not disrespecting anybody, I don't care how much money you make and all, because I don't care if you make a lot of money. I'm going to still look at it as a peon job. So it's a matter of, if you don't have that value of being anchored to the creator, then all of this is worthless. You've been pursuing the wrong things. There's something that said anything that can be purchased is essentially worthless. Mm-hmm. Do you know your purpose? Do you know who you're created and anchored to? If you don't know that, then I suggest you take a long look in the mirror and find out and say, you know what? I've been on the wrong track, and it's time to get myself on the right track. It was like going back to the Matrix. We are some great movies tonight. Mm-hmm. And when he walked in there and he seen the Oracle, and the Oracle was like, so what's the sign say over there? And it was like,
Noches comment.
It was Latin. She was like, it's Latin for no.
Forgive me.
That's it. You hear the Lord calling. Answer the phone, man.
Jesus on the main line.
Oh, yeah. He's on the main line. Hey. But it was like, know thyself. And and one of it had to be like, so what am I going to tell you? He was like, I'm not the one. Sorry, you're not the one. But I'm going to tell you what you needed. And anytime I'm going to tell you heard what you needed to hear in that moment. Can't nobody, once you know that you're connected to, can't nobody tell you, like, well, how you know this is in the book? How you know that's you? Hey, I don't care what you tell me. I know it is. Like you got to know it from balls to bones. Like being in a relationship, being in a relationship is like being in love. Can't nobody tell you what's going on. But a matter of, can you get on the right track? Can you now humble yourself and submit yourself to the plan, the greater plan, and not just your own puny, shallow, garbage behind plan that you want to get a Ferrari or riding a jet and all this other stuff. But meanwhile, he's like, yeah, but once I get myself together, then I'm gonna come back for all this other garbage that people keep trying to put in front of you. Can you say, you know what? The greatest self-preservation is group preservation. And if I'm about group,
no chance. That's it, Chief. Thanks. Give thanks.
And if I'm about group preservation, then I'm going to, what do I need to fashion myself into so that the group survives, so that therefore those who are coming behind me can actually have a chance, as opposed to going through the same thing that I just went through, and moving forward and ultimately practicing or showing insanity, really.
You know, and it's interesting you just said that, Aki Zach, because I went through that. When going back to community, I grew up in a community. And it's not against color, but I grew in a community that was not mine. Because of following my mother's way. And I was confused as hell. Because I had the identity. I had to identify only what I was at, what I was surrounded. So now, like Simba, I was in a community that was not of my ethnic background. I was in I call it Pleasantville. Now, Pleasantville is nothing wrong with Pleasantville, but it was not mine. It was not for me. So now I grew up in a culture. Then I grew up in this religion. I grew up in this church, and I was doing good. I was like, okay, let me eat this stuff. Okay, that looks good. And that looks, okay, I guess. But then inside of me was like, this is not you. So now, don't worry about that. That's the doorbell. I already know who it is. Don't worry about it. So I'm going to keep going. So the point is, so now the
late
point,
at night, kind of late at night, entertaining.
It's my neighbor who is deaf, so it's a whole nother story. He doesn't work for me, and I know why he's here.
Wow.
So yeah,
talk about compassion in chat.
Right.
But anyhow, and I'll take care of him. He'll be okay. He'll live. He'll live. But the point is,
Wow.
Living in a community that
flicking them lights.
I don't care. Living in a community that is not yours. So I lived for so long that I was losing my mind. Now, it's nothing wrong with that community for that group. It's nothing wrong with that. I can't do Christmas. It's not in my community. I'm not going to go to Sunday school on Easter, and get a nice suit, which I didn't want to go anyway, but I did it because Mama told me to. But then behave. So now I'm going through this, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is not making sense. So now I'm an adult, and now I'm going through this moment. And then it wasn't until the Most High, like, so you think you know who the Most High is? I'm like, yeah. He tested me. No. So how you know God? Well, I've been in the seminary, and I'm hanging with these priests, and I'm in the rectory. I think I know God. I say the mass. I'm thinking I know, and then the Most High is like, no, that's not who I am. But it's okay. I'm gonna show you. So now, show me. How you gonna show me? This is where the awakening, like Chief said, with Nicodemus, you have to be reborn again. And what is that reborn? You have to reborn into what? A new. I love how Chief be anew, grow. So now, I'm going through this development in the last couple of years, but now we gotta rush it because you know what? You're behind. So then I go to these lessons with Baba, and it's like, okay, don't worry about it. You ain't got it all. Don't worry about it. I got something else for you. This is when Anu came in. So now it's like, whoa, this is totally opposite. Like you said with Simba. It wasn't until Mufasa came back and is like, and then like you said, Rafiki, he was like, he kind of,
Yeah, your
I
mind
said
is
it
like,
wrong.
who's
I'm
outside
saying it
right
wrong.
now?
You know what I'm
We're
talking about.
freaky. Mm.
That's what she's there. Okay, that's in there. Okay.
You on mute? You on mute, Abba Herut?
Okay,
Oh,
wait.
you went on
yeah.
mute.
There you go. You back?
Okay.
There's like Wi-Fi.
Yeah, everything's Wi-Fi coming up. So now, it wasn't until an elder came to him in the community that is righteous. Oh God! But anyhow, that's righteous. And so
you
now,
got me pregnant, Herut. Open the door.
Right. Please.
I don't want to miss my point.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
My point is, it was now when he came to Simba and said, "Return back, come back home," and that's when now everything that Mufasa was preparing him for, everything that his lineage, he was learning about his lineage, and he knew his lineage because his father taught him. And so now he's like, you got to take your rightful place. You're a sovereign. You are not a slave. Stop living. No more bugs. You can. Lions are not eating bugs. Now he's eating, because again, he's in a community. So now he's coming back home. And now he realizes, am I right? Now I have to stand tall. I have to be righteous. I have to now follow the law. I have to obey the law. I have to live the law. This law now has become one with me. And now I'm going to be connected with the Most High. But guess what? Baba is always going to be there. The elders, the ancestors are always going to be there because you're getting the support. And so this is where I'm grateful, where the Most High is showing, see? Like another movie, like Aki Seko said, I like the Wizard of Oz too. Dorothy could have been back home, but it took her this whole journey. But because she was distracted, I went through distractions, or I was distracted because my family. But once I'm like,
What the heck?
going through that moment.
I think that's Rafiki connecting to his Wi-Fi.
Oh, Rafiki, yeah. So I just wanted to reiterate what Aki Zak was saying about
Okay,
Simba.
so yeah.
You know what's interesting though, like going back to the Matrix piece, that, and I think it's very, very, very relatable to the Lion King, because I mean, really, they're both the same story, but the difference is that with the Matrix took 3 movies to do what the Lion King did in 1. You know, so like each level of the Matrix it's about knowing. You know, so like when you have timidnosis, which was, you know, the sign that you were speaking about, know thyself. It was the same exact dialogue that Aki Zak just said, like, you know, where she was like, you know what that means? And he's like, yeah, no, you know, to know yourself. And she's like, you know, I'm gonna let you on a secret, you know, being the one is just like being in love. No one can tell you, you know, you got to know it through and through, balls to bones. And then she's like, let me have a better look at you. Open your mouth, say, ah, you know, which was, all of that was very deep because she was using doubt as his trigger, you know, doubt to make the change. But like, when you look at it from a Kabbalistic sense, in Genesis 4:1, when it speaks about Adoma laying with Hawa, it says that he knew her, right? So it's the knowing, and the word that's used there is da'at or da'at. You know, in our Kabbalistic sense, we know that means knowing, but it means knowing, not just like knowing information, but it means knowing something on an intellectual, spiritual, and emotional level as well. So it's like if somebody asks you your name, you don't like think about it. If you got to say and think about it, that ain't your name, right? You know, because what happens is that your attribute or your name, it becomes a part of you, and that's the knowing that is being referred to. It's not just like, oh man, I got notes on this, I forgot, but I got to look it up. You don't know it. It's the things that are so much a part of you that they start to make up the completion of what you are, because you're so connected to the idea. I'm connected to the idea of my name, that my name is actually a part of what I am and who I am. And there's certain knowledge that we all have. Like most of us, if you say, what's 1 + 1? Immediately you'll just say 2. Because the concept of 1 + 1 is a part of your very makeup.
Mm.
And this is the knowing, or the deeper aspect of know thyself. It's about constructing a connection with yourself. And when you look at Lion King, or you look at The Matrix, whatever one, our heroes, Neo and Simba, were going through the process of being made in the image of the Elohim. That's a process. When it says, let us make man in our image, making is a process. It's not like creating. It's like boom. But making, like, you will know the truth and it will make you free. If I'm being made free, it doesn't happen right away. It doesn't say it will set you free. That's instantaneous. So how do you make man in the image of the Elohim? Well, you have to bring them through a process. If you look at the Matrix Revolutions, because there's 2 parts where they reference that sign. And the first Matrix, they reference the sign, and in Matrix Revolutions.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when he said, when he found out about the architect, and he's like, yo, why you didn't tell me about the architect? Why you didn't tell me about Zion and the ones that came before me? He was like, why didn't you tell me the truth? And then she was like, because it wasn't time for you to know.
Right.
And then he was like, well, who decided it wasn't time? And she was like, you know who. And then right at that moment, the oracle pointed up to the sign.
Yeah.
Again, and he was like, yeah, I did. So again, that's the knowing yourself, but you have to go through this process. It's like you're going through the tree of life, and at some point it's even past the oracle, but you're going from that spark of like, I think I like, sometimes stuff, but you can't put it in words. That was the first matrix. That was what we call nefesh in Kabbalah. It's called the spark. And that's like, I know I'm the one, but I don't know how. I don't know what it means, but I just know it. It's like Akizak said, like when I say, yeah, the wise only need a hint. I know I need that, because once I hear this information, sometimes there's people who say, yeah, Chief, I listened to what you're saying, man. It just all made sense. Just made I didn't understand everything, but I know it was right. That's that nefesh, because nefesh is an energy that happens on the level of the soul. And then when you watch Matrix Reloaded, he's trying to overcome himself.
Mm-hmm.
You see, that's the level of the Ruach. That's the spirit. That's the spirit level. And then on the revolutions is when he comes back to a higher knowing. That's neshama, as we say in Kabbalah. And that's now I know my mission in life. What is my mission? I gotta stop Smith from taking over the matrix. You see, so he goes from the spark to like struggling his own barriers to like, now this is my mission. So, and of course, like I said, Simba did it all in one movie, but coming to that knowing, or knowing yourself, is tapping into a higher dimension of kaya. Kaya is the word for life. Sometimes we say kayim, which is like multiple, but kaya, and when you get to that point, you achieve yakira. Yakira means oneness, so you need that to free the soul from the body, like what happens during sex. So you can only know you can only know this woman, and you can only know this man when you know on an emotional level, soul level, spiritual level, and of course the physical level. Sometimes, a lot of times, we get with each other, we only connect on the physical level. Maybe physical and emotional, if we do good, we might be able to check those 2 boxes. But the true knowing is when you get into that place of self-denial, you remove all self-centeredness, and you free the soul up. which allows you to make a return to the source, which is really the fulfillment. That's the ultimate fulfillment of everyone's prophecy in their life, is to return to the source. Everybody gonna do it at some point. Yeah, you're all gonna return to the source. So that's the ultimate prophecy. So it's just interesting when you bring up the Matrix, and like the journey of Neo was all in knowledge of self, but knowing yourself isn't so. It's not so quick and easy. Like, what I'm saying, you watch the Eyes on the Prize documentary.
Right.
You get a copy of Hidden Colors. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, man, I know now. I'm woke now. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you didn't even start yet.
Right.
And it only starts when you have that spiritual unction of knowing, the first level of knowing, like the attraction I have for a woman. I'll have the attraction, then I got to figure out why I got the attraction.
Mm-hmm.
You see, but you know what I'm saying? I want it though. Yeah, I look in the eyes and look. I like you and I want you. We can do this the easy way, we can do the hard way. You know what I'm saying? Choice is yours. Don't make me no difference. So. But yeah, man, but that's that initial spark. And then after that, then you look at the barriers. Well, what stands in the way of our love?
Mm.
And then after you discover that, then you discover, okay, what is the ultimate mission for this union?
Mm.
That's your 3 levels. You know what I'm saying? And that's when you get to that point, then you could say, oh, I know that woman, or I knew her, or I knew that man. You see, but that's an internal thing you got to do with yourself too.
Mm-hmm.
Then you could say, I know myself. That's when timid gnosis makes sense. So he didn't actually know himself to the 3rd movie.
Right.
That's why he didn't have any dialogue in the 1st movie. Wasn't nothing to talk about. He was like a baby.
He was like a puppy.
Yeah. And you notice how he explained nothing?
Yeah, it brings to mind the scene where they're going on their way to the Oracle. I mean, he was like, I used to eat there.
I used to eat there.
Good noodles. That's
right. Because that's all my former life was. Like, I'm looking at my former life, and it's like that was the whole of it. But there was no connection that I had with knowing who and what the heck I was. So even when he came into an understanding, and sometimes we lose our confidence in that, man, because we'll be listening to our new material and our family will be like, yo, or our relatives, yo, how you gonna be so committed to something you just heard on YouTube? What's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, yeah,
you've been in here all day. I remember
right, listening to this mess all day, and this guy talks so slow. Yeah, and he was joking half the time. He wasn't even teaching nothing half the time. He over here joking and telling dirty jokes. Like, what is this? What is this mess? You know what I mean? But it's that spark inside where it's like, yeah, but even the dirty joke was something.
Right.
Everything was something, but you can't hear it because I have that spark where now I'm in tune and I'm learning how to put it into words. I'm not there yet, but it's alive inside my soul, So, yeah, man, I just throw this in because y'all bring up the Matrix so doggone much, but I figured this is.
I love the Matrix. I love it. That's one of my tools.
Yeah, but y'all don't never bring up the other. I mean, I know the other ones were pretty horrible, but they were because they ran out of material. They like, we got nothing else still. Now, you mean we got to sit down and write? You know what I'm saying? Well, shoot, we done gave everything to V is for, what was it? V is for vengeance? V is for vendetta. We done gave everything to that. So, we got nothing left. What was the other thing they did? One other one that was pretty good.
Well, remember, the Terminator was before that. So that's another thing that's like, whoa.
Well, the Terminator, remember the woman who did it? So Sophia, she wrote it as a continuation of the Terminator. Oh. So she didn't do the Terminator, of course. But when she wrote The Matrix, it was like, this is what would happen next.
Gotcha.
But there was another one they did that was really good. They did V is for Vendetta. It'll come to me later.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, the other two, we know. And I mean the other 3, because they were all pretty sucky. But
we don't speak apart.
yeah, we don't speak right. But yeah, but it's a whole journey from, because the matrix is actually Malkut. If you look at, again, the Kabbalistic tree of life, so they're going up the tree to, when you say let us make man in our image, what they were saying is let's take man through the 10 Sephiroth of the tree of life. That's how could we, because the tree of life, that sacred geometry, is the image of the Most High. So how would I make man in my image? I'd have to take him through each leaf and develop him, or them rather, through each one. So that movie was actually about developing, at the top at Kether, you had the source of all. Excuse me, at Chokma, you had the architect. Bina was the oracle, yeah. And then he was working his way up. But his path to the source was the oracle. He was going up that leaf.
And it's interesting because you had the key maker, then you had the Mary G. I mean, wow, Merovingian. Yes,
Merovingian.
Merovingian.
That was a real line, right? A real family.
Yeah. They were real, man, and they were actually really occultists. Yeah, so that was some real stuff, man.
And it was interesting when you just said, of maybe one saying that, you this is something that you heard on YouTube. That one just man, because I think so many people start to confuse with Google and as their ultimately their God. And people like, oh, you felt like you got an online education, or you felt like, you can go read through Reddit, and Reddit will tell you how to live your life, as opposed to, though, and which was one of the reasons why I had to go to a retreat to make sure that this voice was
right.
a real
It was
person.
attached to a human, right?
Right.
A robot or something.
Yeah. And more so, just to make sure that you were living the life because anytime I was listening, it was like, usually I can tell when people are full of sugar, honey, iced tea. I'm like,
right,
whatever. But I'm like, I can't really find a hole in this. Right? I can't. And I was like, it seems like this dude is real authentic. It seems like everything is, adding up here. But I just can't sit on the outside and keep now saying that I'm learning something from somebody I have never met, somebody I don't know whether or not they're handing me something that they're actually doing. And I'll never forget when I showed a picture to my dad. He's like, this dude ain't got no long white beard. That just shows the programming, though, of what something is supposed to look like.
Right. I was supposed to be there in all white with sandals and incense around me, and yeah.
Right. But it's interesting because everything that and you can always say, and I was just speaking of even my programming of this is gonna be like a cult, and I'm gonna get sucked into a cult, and something's gonna happen, but then something was still telling me, nah. The things that are being laid down in the foundation that is here is actually life-giving and life-sustaining. Yeah. And it was like something that's just pulling you, that's saying, you can't stay here. You're gonna have to, you gotta move. And I don't know what's about to come of this. I don't know. And I know it can be a little intimidating when you come around Chief. I'm not gonna sit here because you don't want to say something stupid.
I'm friendliest dude. Y'all don't know nobody friendlier than me.
Because you hear, like, when you say something crazy, and he gonna tighten you up now. Like, so you be like, I don't know what I should say.
You know how much stuff y'all be saying? Man, I'm not gonna lie though. I was hoping when Herut went to answer the door that he would have left his thing off mute.
No.
I'm not gonna lie. We missed the whole thing.
But yeah, it's
I took care of it.
But once you commit to growth, then you get beyond, I don't want to be corrected. You look for being corrected. You look for, because I don't want to say the wrong, I don't want to keep doing the wrong thing. I want to actually become a better version of myself. so that therefore now I can move on to the next stage instead of just keep repeating the same cycles, doing the same things, looking for the same dead end answers that everybody keeps telling you, oh, well, you know what? Get your money right. Or, you know, your freedom's gonna come through all of these different things that lead you back to square one again. Or you know, dunk your face in some ice and it'll start to get the feelings back, and then you know,
wake up at 4 a.m. every day. You need to wake up at 4 a.m. and work out for 3 hours and then start your day, you know, like
Yeah,
and then you're wondering, no, it's not working. Like something is telling you it's not working, and that's because you're not getting and excavating to the root of it, of the causes. You keep dancing around it, and it's not until one starts to commit themselves. You have to commit yourself to your growth and your maturity of actually saying, I'm moving beyond this garbage heap that I have ultimately claimed as my home. I want to move beyond it, but it's not until one starts to actually say, you know what, like in Clump, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Yes, I can. I'm not going to do this anymore. And you got to commit to it. And if you're not going to commit to it, then it's always just going to be just chasing your tail of wondering why this ain't working out. Or you're always, I mean, trying to find power and being a victim of so-and-so, or they doing this and they doing this and they doing that. Yeah, but what are you doing? Are you doing something to rectify what is going on? Or are you consistently just making excuses and wondering why things are not changing for you in your life?
You know what, man? It's like you said, the commitment to growth. I think people need to create commitments to action, you know, because everybody say, I want to grow, I want to do better, I want to be better. Right. Do you want to do? You know, you want to be, but do you really want to do? Can you commit yourself to action? And part of that requires you looking at patterns, because no one ever truly becomes what they want by following the patterns that they have and just expect to get lucky. But people think that, you know, if I walk down this, I want to be a model, I want to be an actor. If I walk down this street every day, eventually somebody's going to discover me. And you've been walking down that street for 10 years and no one has even said you look like an actor. Nothing, you know. So at what point do you say, okay, well, let me look at this change, let me change this, because in order for me to repeat success, I have to learn the formulas of success.
Right.
And there's nothing really mystical about that. And when I begin to modern patterns and look at strategies and look at tactics and look at formulas and adjust my patterns around that, you know, then I'll be able to find, like, a morning ritual that makes sense. Whether it's waking up at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m., 7 a.m., whatever it is, I'll be able to leverage, you know, my proximity to power. You know, there may be people around me that I can really work with, and, you know, I'll learn how to feed my mind with the right fuel instead of pouring in the wrong stuff all the time, man. You know, but I think it's similar to like the second Matrix. We all have those barriers, man. I would love to know what that background noise is, man. And it ain't me. So
it sounds like someone eating ice. And I trying
to what's the little scare thing just running across the
scarab beetles.
You got scared. You got scared.
It's spiritual. That's kept up. But you know, that's the thing. It's just like it's that fear of really switching up and changing up the patterns that I think keep people so stuck. And like I said, not committing to massive action. Like, yo, we're gonna do something big. You know, getting to that point, because like I said, we all have our stuff, our barriers to push through. Because I could say, like you said, the cult thing. That's something that I think about. Sometimes I say certain things. I'm like, man, don't sound culty. Don't, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'll be thinking about even lectures right there. Man, that sound a little culty. Switch that up. Or don't wear that shirt. That shirt is culty looking shirt. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're, you know, but that's a personal barrier. Or even like you said, like, I've always been the youngest dude in the room. Like every powerful room I've sat in, I've always been the youngest guy. And there's been insecurities around that. Like, man, should I really be here? You know, Like, why? How did I get here, man? Why am I here? And even in starting I knew, I started it with elders, and I committed myself to just, my role was going to be to handle the technology. I was going to maintain the website, film everything, edit all the videos or the lectures and things like that. And that's it. Pretty much serve as a secretary. That was my goal when I started, even though I started it, but I was like, I'm going to set up a platform where all of these genius elders I know can be out front, and that was a barrier that I had to get over, where it was like, no, you I remember one of my elders said once, he was like, your name is Herut. he was like, it's you, man. Your name is Herut. And I was just like, nah, man, it ain't me. Like, nah, I had so many insecurities that I had to get beyond in order to be obedient, because the words were coming in so many different places of what I was supposed to be. I mean, I didn't name myself any of my names. A woman gave me the name Herut, because of something that I did. So it was from all these different angles that your role was being put out there, but it was those barriers that I speak about. It was like, nah, man, and it's gonna look like this. And then when I finally wrote the Our New Way, it was because it was so many people I was talking to who I could tell, like, you don't understand what I be talking about. You like it, and you're staying close because it's real. I'm not a phony. I don't have some ultimate scheme to take everybody's money or anything like that. But I could tell you really kind of don't get what I'm saying. And my fear was just telling people what to do. Like, I would be like, man, I know what you need to do, but I can't tell you. So the I Knew way was like, you know what, screw it. I know how we need to be living. I know how to extract the lessons from our ancient scrolls. I know, because they've already been deposited in me. I know, and when I'm working with my youth and those who I cover, yeah, it's do this, do that, do that, do that. And I'm not explaining nothing. There is no why. We do it. This is the date that I need it done by. And then everything works, and it's like, wow, man, wow, okay, thank you. What do you want me to do next? I know how to make stuff happen. But then when you step outside of that, it's like, man, that sounds a little culty. So that thing is always in the back of my mind too, even though I've never done anything like those people who have abused those positions.
Right.
But it's no different than when you driving and a cop pulls behind you, and your stuff is clean. You're not speeding, but you're nervous anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It's like like you putting your hands on the right, you turn the radio down. The music got nothing to do with nothing. It's like
they make a couple turns, see if they still lying.
Right, you start taking out your wallet. You're like, let me just take it out now, put it on the dash now. So
Put your hands on the steering wheel.
Right, because I already know. You know what I'm saying? And you didn't even do anything. Which is really, that's the essence of what we feel as melanin dominant men in racist America. That's the essence of it right there. I didn't even do anything wrong, and I'm terrified.
Right.
When you come around, So yeah, man, like that's a part of all of us. So some of y'all, for y'all barriers is your family looking at you crazy because you're so committed to this thing. And then, it's just like the Lion King. Mufasa had to say, well, hey, man, I got some fears too.
Mm-hmm.
So for me on my end, it's, I know exactly what they need to be doing. I know exactly what to tell them to do. But if I tell them what to do, are they going to think I'm a dictator? Are they going to think I'm some type of narcissist tyrant? Even though I know, like, hey, man, you just need to quit your job. Do this, do that. Don't worry about it. Just do what I'm telling you it's going to work. Just do it. That's a barrier to get by.
Yeah.
And there's so many other things. And sometimes that slows up. But what you find out on my end and on your end, when you really stand in truth and you move forward, you'd be surprised how many people will applaud you. That the people you wouldn't even think who would applaud you would be like, wow, that's beautiful. You know, that's amazing. You know, I remember my name attributes being around family, relatives that didn't have names like me and my siblings. And it would be some of the old elders to be like, that's so good. I'm so proud of you that you gave them strong names like that. The ones that you wouldn't think. You know what I mean? Those children have good, strong names. That's good. I remember hearing those things and them telling me write down my name on a piece of paper. You know, write it down here. How do you say it again? Write it down. You know, so you'd be surprised, man. The people who are waiting for you to be true, just like Morpheus was waiting for Neo to be true. You know, I could be you, Neo. I done freed more people than you. I could actually be you, but I wanted to be you because you're a part of my story. You know, like even though I've said a million times, Morpheus was actually the one.
Yeah.
You know, but me being the one, part of it is you. You know, so you'd be surprised, man. Whether it's joining Anu or whether it's being committed to whatever you're doing, you'd be surprised how many people are waiting to applaud you. Everybody's not waiting to see you fail. Some people are admiring the strength that you've even shown thus far. You know, and they're applauding that story.
It's funny, Chief. You're sharing. When I was watching the naming ceremony, I was watching Aki El Kara. He was like, El Kara, but he's from Chicago, so he know how to break it down.
Yeah,
but then, but that's another thing. When we had to come, and you said this, you said, okay, we got to come out of this virtual reality thing because you know that's not the real you.
Right.
Okay, are you willing to? When we had that first retreat, I already know no one's gonna say it, but most people were scared. I'm like, oh my God, I don't want Chief to. No.
Man.
Each other face to face, and I was excited because I'm like, was I scared? Hell yeah. Because I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna get a whooping again. I can't believe I didn't even do nothing. I can't believe it. But it's like, okay, Chief, I'm ready. I've been through this. I'm like, Chief, whatever. I'll be honest with you. I was scared. Now I know
you know what's so, but you know what's so deep about that? I believe you, but at that retreat that you went to, everybody fell in love with you.
Oh,
everyone was like, man, he's so funny, he's so cool. Like, because you know, we all translate different,
right?
You know, because most of the time when we're doing meetings and stuff, you know, especially for you outsiders not in Herut, you know, half the time Abba Root's falling asleep. You know what I mean? He's that deacon that be falling asleep. He wake up for the benediction. Oh man.
You wake up biting. And strike this pose.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the pose, exactly. Or he do the Malcolm X thing and then he closes his eyes. Like, you don't think we know you sleep?
I didn't know.
Yeah, we know. So, you know, at the retreat, everybody's like, man, he's so cool. You know what I mean? So it's obviously that probably didn't get back to you, but everyone was telling me, you know, so it's like, yeah, man, there a lot of times it's that fear because we've been trained out of that embracing of each other, man. You know how many sisters was telling me they was going on juice fasts? I mean, bring your fat ass on. You know what I'm saying? Come on. You think you're gonna not be fat, but bring your, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a 10-day or a 20-day juice fast. I know what you're doing.
I lose 35 pounds.
Right, exactly. You know what I'm saying? You don't bring your fat ass on, man. You fat, I'm fat, we all fat. You know what I'm saying? Get over it. I started doing that. Hit the fat boy. You know what I'm saying? But that's the thing. It's like everybody is got this idea, and it's like, yeah, once you break out of you know, that thinking and embrace everyone as family, and understand that we all going to translate how we translate, but people just excited. Yeah, like El Karai got to dance, you know, and he been saying for the longest he did. Like that's a great example because let's be honest, nobody believed him. Let's keep
I
it
was
real.
waiting for him to start bachating and put his hand
Yeah.
on his belly button and start.
Let's keep it real because he don't look like he danced. Come on,
Right.
man. You know what I'm saying? He don't look like nimble. You know what I'm saying? He look like a regular. He look like just a regular Chicago dude with a fitted hat on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
A
But he
fedora.
got dead because I remember everybody was like, "Oh my God, he really actually danced like dancers." You know what I'm saying? So, so that's what I'm saying, man. You're right, Abba Herut. There may be that fear there, but when you really embracing each other as family, there should be an excitement about even some of the flaws,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and things like that, because we all go through our transitions and our changes, whether it's the way we look. I mean, I gained crazy weight right before COVID, so it was like, yeah, man, I'm like 30 something pounds heavier, and I was like, screw it, so what? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm still me. I ain't, you know, I ain't trying to date none of y'all, man. Get nothing much like that. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't about none of that, man. It's about kicking it with the people. And then you had some who came who you know, may have certain issues or challenges or food addictions, you know, and that's why sometimes I will say those things out loud to let you know we already knew.
Mm-hmm.
So you ain't got to be over there sneaking this. We family.
Right.
We can work on it together. Don't worry about it. You know, we knew y'all was sneaking out there to Subways to get them turkey sandwiches. Y'all know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about. Because like first of all, we had see-through trash bags. You see what I'm saying? So it's like I'm a father. So you know I look at the trash bags. I'm just trained to do that. I saw all these candy wrappers. I'm not gonna say by whose tent. I'm not gonna do that to the person, but you know, you in here.
Right.
You know, crazy candy wrappers. And then the next street, I seen balled up Subways, you know, the paper they wrap Subway sandwiches in.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, oh, I guess the vegan food wasn't fulfilling enough that we was eating. You know, it's like I need some real food, girl. I did tell her it was a female. I didn't mean to do that. I need some meat.
Meat and some potatoes.
Right, exactly. They went every day. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah, man, they was going crazy in Subway. All in Walmart. Oh, y'all need anything from Walmart? We do not need any more plates. What else?
They need more firewood.
Yeah,
They need more firewood.
Need
See,
more
we're bringing the
candles.
firewood. Yeah.
Right. Need some more candles. We don't need nothing else from Walmart. Where y'all going? Can we go? No, you can't go, brother. You can't go, brother. Can't go where we going. You know, but that's all a part of it, man. And to me, that's the fun beauty of it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like Ima Karayina said, yeah, meeting Abba Haru was the best. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, there's a lot of people who really like, you know, like I said, because when you're some of us are more organic than others. Some of us are more analog than digital. You know what I mean? So when we get out and around each other, you know, it's like that's when it really translates. Like, you know, that like kind of like Zach was saying, like I had to meet this dude, and like he met me building a fire. You know what I'm saying? Like this is, yeah, I really do this. I'm not like, you know, trying to. It's not a character,
Right.
You know, if you will, and I think that's an important part for all of us too, because people need to understand that. Excuse me, transformation is ugly. You know, it's not always pretty when you really transform it. So it's similar to like the video I did a long time ago where someone had accused me of not being as African anymore.
Wow.
And they were like, yeah, Chief, like you've become very corporate. I remember you used to wear traditional clothes and sit under trees and do lectures like that. and it was based on a video that I had did where I was in my house in Africa, you know, and, and I was like, first, you know, so the next video I did, it was like I'm laughing because I was outside on my property. I was fixing my fence in Africa, you know, on the beach, and I was like, yeah, it's hot here. You know what I'm saying? So I don't always want to be dressed like King Joffrey Joffa.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? With the
Who gonna pick up
freaking
all these flowers?
yeah, with Simba around my neck, man, it's hot. So yeah, I had on a t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? But I am
for the Halloween party, bro.
right, exactly. But I was in Africa. You know what I'm saying? So it's like people sometimes don't understand. If you really out here doing the work, it may not be pretty. I may not be able to have on that nice dashiki or whatever when I'm over here mending my fence, you know, or stripping bamboo from my roof in Africa.
Right.
you know what I'm saying? So it's the same thing when we at the retreats and things like that. No, I don't have a long white beard and stuff like that. I'm just your brother. That's it. I am just your brother. And I'm just over here doing the work. And however that makes me look is how it's gonna make me look. You know, and sometimes it makes me look exhausted. Sometimes you'll see me on YouTube videos and I don't look like the image of the peaceful sage. I look tired. You can see the puffs around my eyes. I see him sometimes look at videos like, damn, man, you look bad in that one. You know, that's why I don't like watching them. You know, and like, man, look how puffy your face was. Yeah, because you woke up 5 minutes before you did the live. You was knocked out. You did an all-nighter last night and then looked at your watch like, oh man, I gotta go live. You know, and just kind of rolled over to the camera. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's still water dripping from your beard from when you try to splash your face up real quick. Yeah, like you still got water.
Catnap diet.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes that's what it looks like. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's important too for people to understand because some people think they have to put on a costume and a character to be a part of an experience like this. And that's not it. You know, you just have to put on your armor of commitment and devotion and truth. And everyone's going to be shaped and express different they talking about Subway sandwiches. Yeah, I ain't gonna say no names. Yeah, man. we ain't even gonna talk about how when we was all just sipping the gift of mead that Master Menyelek made. A couple people was like, "Can I get another one?" Did everybody get there first? Because I want my seconds now.
Drinking like a shot.
Right, exactly.
That was good.
This
Right.
good.
We
Ooh,
ain't
that
gonna
was
talk
tasty.
about two individuals all bundled up and had the sip cup. We ain't gonna talk about that. We ain't gonna talk about, and giggling. We ain't gonna talk about that.
Yeah,
part.
giggling, drinking liquor.
Right.
Yeah,
Drinking liquor.
we're supposed to have a little bit of
That's
wine, a little
possible
ceremony wine. We won't even talk about all the electric blankets at the campsite.
What?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Thelma and Louise.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, it's all fun though. It's all fun.
Right.
You know.
Right.
Yeah, but I think that it's just important to be able to, again, meet people and see.
For sure.
I'm just all about just being, is this person authentic? And is this person coming from the heart?
Yeah.
And I think that's what is challenging of moving beyond maybe what somebody wants to fully commit themselves is because, which I mean, and though I may make jokes about it sometimes, there is some people have been hurt or have been, you know, had a spiritual quote unquote teacher who has taken advantage of it.
Oh, for sure.
You know, and now it's like, I'm not going to give myself, or I'm not going to go back down that road, or you know what, the heck with it. I'm not going to commit myself to anything. I'm just going to float. And I'm going to do a little bit of this and a little bit of that because the person that I trust is me.
Right.
But it's just there's a time where it's like, you know what, you gotta, there's some accountability that comes in with that.
Mm-hmm.
where I had to take some accountability for when I gave 2,500. I'm gonna just tell my story. I don't really care. To somebody
Right.
pots and thinking that I'm getting something authentic. And then I go to a retreat, and then Chief shows me how to do this when I'm going to get a branch down the thing. I was like, I just paid a lot of money for this. Like, a lot of money for this. Right? But you tell them, no, you do that yourself. What? Right? But it's a point where you get beyond, like, you know what? I guess I didn't know that he took advantage of me. I wanted to be taken advantage of, because now
Right.
it was a place of where was I at in my life that I was oblivious to seeing what was going on in front of me, or what type of spookism did I start to accept in my life, thinking that if I didn't do this, then something bad was going to happen
to you.
So I freely started to just give, like, oh yeah, here you go, I'll pay for that, and until it was like, you know what? As we kept saying, but know thyself. Do you know who you are? And I had no clue whatsoever when it started to, oh yeah, I'm dealing with Orisha's, and I got my pots, and I got all of this, and I got all of that. And then all of a sudden, Chief comes along and he asks, well, what is water?
Right.
Huh? I have this great love for myself and my love for Africa, and I'm really getting to my African roots. What is love? Huh? I mean, nobody has never asked me that, right? But you're standing here in front of me professing all of these great things, and I'm just going to ask you a very simple question, and you can't answer it. Well, then now you got to ask yourself, what did you really have? What were you really committing yourself to? And were you really committing yourself at all when you really don't even know the words that are coming out of your mouth?
Right.
So now it's like, now I had to check do you have the humility to go back to square one again? Because when you thought you were on step 5, you actually are on 0. Can you say, you know what? Can now I take accountability and say, and can I commit myself? And can I have some humility and say, you know what? I'm willing to start from 0, and I don't care how long this takes me. Is this going to take me 4 months? Is this going to take me 1 year? How long do I have to do this? Will I finally get what I want out of it?
What I want.
That mentality of a reading, of saying, okay, this is what I want in my life. How do I get this? No, this is not how this is going to go. Are you willing and commit yourself to actually your growth and development? And I don't know how long that it may take a couple days. It may take a couple years. It may take this lifetime. And I may have to come back and I may have to do it again. But am I willing to say, you know what? I'm just going to start. And wherever we end up is where we end up. But I already know I can't keep going down that road of fantasy. I can't keep going that road of spiritual capitalism, where somebody just wants to take and take. And then how many times have I heard you say, I'm not going to do it for you. You got to do it.
Right.
But I just want, just tell me the A, that's what's going to get me from A to Z, so I can skip steps. You're not going to skip steps. You got to do this yourself, because ultimately then it's not you building the foundation. It ultimately can be pulled from you just as fast as you got it. As fast. You can talk yourself into a relationship, and you can talk your way right out of one, even though you think you want one. Have you built yourself up in order to sustain that relationship? So then it was a matter of, okay, I don't know anything. So now let me practice humility. Let me show some humility and go from ground zero and say, all right, let me actually get the right and solid foundation that I can stand on, so I can start to move forward and actually become Anu. Instead of all of the fantasy and all of the riffraff and the nice words that so many people so eloquently string together to make it seem like they're very knowledgeable on certain things. And then when you go down to the basics, you still don't know that. Let me get the basics first. Let me get the addition and subtraction, so that therefore I can start to go on to next levels. But I can't move on until I know the basics.
Yeah, it's so deep, because one of the things you just said was like, how long is this going to take? Which is a common question people ask me. If I do this, will that happen? And again, that's that horse mentality. But the thing is, the real answer is that it's going to take forever. Right. You're going to do this for your entire life. Whatever it is I give you to do, you're always going to do, because when something has overtaken your life or fed on you, you think it just goes away. You know what I'm saying? It's there. It's like addiction. Once you experience any level of addiction, it changes your brain patterns for the rest of your life. You know, your brain does not rewire itself away from addiction. That's why they say once an addict, always an addict. You know, and I don't like that phrase. I'm not gonna lie, but biologically, it's an accurate stage if you understand that the neurological makeup of the brain. Once the brain experiences addiction, it wires itself differently for it, and it never unwires.
Right.
So you end up having to address that for the rest of your life. You know, so it's the same thing with some of the challenges you got to go through. Like if I tell Aki Zach, yo, you got to study this to learn that. Well, how long I got to study this? Rest of your life. That's what this is. So you have to develop a love affair with learning and a love affair with that commitment, because it's always stuff that's gonna jump back in your face. You know what I'm saying? No matter what level you get to. It's funny because I was speaking to a sister earlier today, and she was talking about how like how can I put it? How certain things come into my path. And I was like, well, you know, I deal with certain things. I deal with certain things every day that people know nothing about, you know, because it's not really, you know, to mention. And I was like, you know, there's certain things that are temptations and certain things that aren't. And I told her, I was like, yo, you know, today I got 2 different sets of nudies unsolicited from 2 different women. You know, I didn't even ask for them. You know, and they look good too.
Let me
You
see.
know, yeah, they you know, keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Like I got eyes. I didn't ask for them. The conversation wasn't even sexual. But I get stuff like that a lot in my inbox. Like, here, Chief, what's up? What's good? What you want to do? You know, so it's like, when is that gonna stop?
Right.
Never. You know what I'm saying? Like it's I'm always going to be tempted with certain things. You know, that's just it's just it's a lifelong thing, because once something has fed from you, it could have been a lust spirit, it could have been a sexual energy, whatever. It wants to keep eating. So let me see if I can catch you in a weak moment. You know, even if and I'll tell you honestly, I've never been caught with that one. Right. So you would think like, okay, well, that doesn't work. Let's try something else.
Right.
Because I'm big on paper trails. I'm big on documentation and paper trails. I've always been like that for years. So my thing is always like, I don't want to be that cat that says, all right, let's do it. And then like all the sirens go off. Gotcha. You know what I'm saying? And now it's plastered all over social media.
You
The
know what,
whole
Chief? That
exchange.
happened to someone I know, like this strong. Like they call me
Really?
Thursday. While I was
See?
in class, like, yo, I messed up. It's like, oh man. You know,
See?
just talking of that day and today, you know, just talking about it.
Yo, it goes down, man. So that's what I always had that in the back of my mind. Like, even if I'm feeling weak, nah, we can't do it like that, sis. Because I'm Chief Yuya. So there's certain things I can't do. And not only that, that's not how you get me. You know, like I was telling the sister today, I said, you know what would actually be sexy? I said, if a sister sent me videos or images of her in her garden and showed me what she was growing. I said that would actually turn me on more than seeing your naked body, because now my imagination would start going like, oh, she know how to grow food. Oh,
Right.
that means she don't mind putting her hands in the dirt. She's
Right.
not scared of bugs. She's not. Oh, all right. That's I'm now. I'll start mad. That might be wifey material right there. You know what I'm saying? But you showing me your goodies, if you will, um, that ain't really doing much for me. You know what I mean? But it's just excuse me, you know, you talk about how long do these things happen? They happen forever, man. So you have to put certain work in forever. And some things, like even when you're in a love relationship, especially in America, the Jezebel is forever present.
Right.
You know, that's another thing that a lot of men deal with. Every couple months, you got to tighten your woman up. And I don't mean like, you know, you got to get beat up, but I'm saying, every couple of months it's gonna rear its head. She's gonna try something every few months, and you be like, what you just say? Or you'll be talking to her and she'll be like, listen, let me tell you something. And you be joking and be like, wait, did you just give me an order? Yeah, we was just joking. I said, nah, don't ever give me an order. Yes, sir. You're right.
It's not that serious.
Right. Well, they know they know what they just did.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Or you driving in the car and you say a joke or something and she hits you with her elbow. She punches you or something like that. Ha, clown. What? What you doing? I was just hitting you because you was hitting me. Yeah. Pull the car over. Pull over here.
Well,
yeah. I got to talk to my woman and say we're gonna get out for a second. We gonna go walk around this corner over here. It's like behind this tree. You know what I'm saying? I got to share some words with her. Some words of encouragement. So that's the thing. It's like, so how long do you have to deal with that? Forever. And as a man, you start to slip after a while. Your memory's gonna go, your strength is gonna go. You're gonna be shaking your arm. You're like, man, why my arm don't stop shaking? I've been doing curls, hammer curls all freaking day, and my back of my arm still shaking. Yeah, you're old now. them old muscles, they giving you all they got. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
gotta hold it together.
Yeah, man. And what happens is that a lot of times, because women don't face the hell and scunion that we face in the world, they preserve longer. You come home, man, they planking. You know what I'm saying? She hanging upside down in the doorway, doing crunches. I'm sorry. Coffee. I can't even.
So I'll know.
Y'all know I got this cough. So, so she like, yeah, I'm gonna take advantage of him, man. Like, you upstairs in the bathroom, she kicked the door in.
Hey, man, you need TV time now.
Right. You trying to jump off the toilet, pull your pants up and stuff. She can't. I told you to straighten out that garage. And you can't even. You pushing on the door, and she pushing you back. You sliding back with your pants down around your ankles because she's stronger than you now. You see, that's gonna happen eventually. Eventually, you're gonna be calling for your children, your grandchildren. Help! Somebody help!
Whip down! 911!
Right.
So she gonna try you, man. That's just the Jezebel spirit in America, man. So every couple months you gotta, so it's a lifetime of trying to establish order, maintain order. It doesn't go away. There's no magic pill. The only people who tell you things go away are people who selling you stuff. That's the reality of it, man. Some of this stuff never ends, man. And you learn, you find your joy in knowing. Once you know it's like that, then we can sit around and joke about it. That's what becomes fun. Yeah, man, you know how it is. Just like when you have children. All of you brothers who don't have children are gonna have children. If you have boys, they're gonna make you want to beat the daylights out of them one day. And I mean like outside fight, not a relative. When you fighting relatives, you just punch them in the legs. But I mean, you go up top on. You want to go up top on them. They do stuff. Where it's like you gotta question yourself. Like you'll look in their eyes and be like, I don't even look like this Negro. You know what I'm saying? You'll have those moments like, I'm gonna beat him. I'm gonna beat him like somebody outside.
Right.
You know, because boys, that's what they do, man. They find they thing. I mean, one day I came home. My son, he had I'm like, first of all, like, what was you thinking? You know what I'm saying? I'm hearing all this noise up in his room, and he know, like, I don't like people over the house like that. You know what I mean? Like, I know I know there's certain friends that's got the green lights, and the other ones is like, man, in the driveway. He'll be outside. He can't even come up the walkway. You know, I don't like him. I don't like the cut of his jib, right? So I come home and I'm like, the hell is that? What's that smell? I go up to his room, man, that joint lit up. Cause I was out of town. So, I used to always do that with them, like give them the wrong date for when I'm coming home. And I'm like, they so dumb, they ain't even figure it out yet. Like, whatever date, it's not the real date. I'm smelling. I'm like, I know that ain't what I think it is. I go up to the room. The room is lit up, and he had like 4 girls in there. So I'm like, whatever this is like, yeah, it wasn't like a friendly kind of vibe. I'm like, you was doing some craziness up in here. And there was 4 girls, like, and they had Grey Goose bottles, Grey Goose, and it was lit up. It was a whole party. And I walk in, I've never seen none of these girls, not one. I'm like, these aren't the good ones that you be bringing around me. Right. These are one of them had like blue hair. I'm like, she's like, hi, how you doing? I'm like, oh, aren't you for it? Like, so I was like, hey man, come on, let me talk. I brought him. I was like, look, man, I ain't, because he's covering up his stomach. I'm like, I'm not gonna hit you, man. I ain't, you know what I'm saying? Like,
reflex.
Yeah, exactly. He waiting for it. He's like, oh my God, Bob about to beat me in front of you. I was like, yo, man, I'm not gonna embarrass you in front of your friends, whatever. I said, but we gonna talk. But I had to do that too, because I was like, if I start, I'm not gonna stop. Mm-hmm. And we were upstairs. I was like, he's going down them steps. You know what I'm saying? And he's high. His eyelids all turned inside out. I'm like, man, I'm like, this boy look Vietnamese. His eyes was all pulled, slanted. I was like, man, this boy is lit. But I'm telling you, man, that's what children do. They all will get you to that point where you'd be like, I don't love him. But by law, I can't kick him out. But in this moment, I don't know if I ever loved you. Did I ever even love you? Or was I just going through the motions? You start because I'm like, yeah, man, where these girls come from? Who are they? And why are they not scared? Like, they just sitting there still sitting, like, this is what they do. Mm-hmm. But maybe this is what you do. I'm in Ghana over here building nations. And you up here freaking off, making footage for goddamn Pornhub and Red Tube. You know what I'm saying? Because my children are hustlers. They gonna figure out ways to make some money. So yeah, man, that's something you gotta, you gotta think about, man. You get to that point, and we all have those moments where we're tried, where we feel weak, where we feel angry. Mm-hmm. That's a part of the journey, and that's a part of the growth, man. Yeah, you can't run and hide from that stuff.
And it's funny, Chief, you're sharing. I mean, my son, he's so much like me. Like I said, I can't deny it. And I'm like, when you were saying that, it's like, dang. I mean, I know about stories with others, and it's interesting because when you, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, I know you did, man. I was waiting for you to be honest and
Damn,
admit
I
it.
gotta just tell y'all, I lost
I'm
my
like,
train of
This
thought.
at some point, is he gonna come clean, or is he just gonna take us down a whole nother road?
Now I
This
lost
is
my
good.
train of thought.
Yeah, that's clear. I don't know if you ever had it, because we didn't even start out strong. At no point did I feel confident
I had
from the
faith
first
in you.
word to the last.
I believed in you.
Yeah, he's still looking for it.
He's
Yeah.
still
I'm like, man, what was I gonna say? I'm like, see, I go through it. But see, that's the part of being vulnerable.
Look at him. Look how he flip it. You need to run for. You need to be a
I still
politician.
don't know what the hell I was gonna say.
He's like, but I'm running for mayor.
I'm I'm gonna leave it at that.
Just let it go. Let it go.
Take your time. Take your time, brother.
But you know what? That's where you appreciate. I learned a lot from others, from their mistakes.
Mhm.
I guess that's part of what I was getting ready to say. I learned a lot, and I like what you just said. You like that. I mean, because I grew up with cousins and siblings, and I'm like, that was dumb.
Yeah.
Why did you? I think. Oh, that's what it was. Like, now the thought came back. I got it now.
I thought that was just a thought.
I think
There you go.
early on.
Don't
in my
make him
life,
lose it again.
The fear. It was the fear of.
Go
I
on.
learned the lesson from others. The fear of you not just getting caught, but your fear of, like you just said, and it may be paranoid about it, because I've heard others where you, like you said, look what I see, what's been going on, where all they need is one thing, and your whole credibility is shot, is ruined. It's hard pulling yourself back. And so I've been so mindful of that is why, and I'm thankful in my younger years, the way I was structured, that it was rough. And so growing up, I'm even, I always think about, working with children and working with, I know that what I'm doing is right. What the hell y'all laughing at? I don't even know what it is. Oh, everybody in the chat
I
laughing.
should have
It's
looked
okay.
at
I don't care. Doorbell ain't gonna ring no more because I already took care of him. So that's all right. Y'all can go ahead and laugh. You know what? It's fun. But
They was trying to see if you was gonna lose your train of thought again.
No, I ain't gonna lose my train of thought. What the fear was, I don't wanna, like me. The fear was, I can't go to jail. I can't
Why not?
afford. I can't afford to go through the route that other people go through, which I see. Again, it's dumb. I don't have that luxury. And so that's why for me, all my life, I'm striving to, okay, I don't get it right. Okay, I need to figure it out. Even and most of the time growing up, I had to figure it out, even though I didn't know how. And so when you're striving, and when you're searching, and going back to Neo, I was like, damn,
You're searching.
yeah, searching. And you're developing. And so when you realize, watching other people with their mistakes, and watch them going through the motions of, again, that growth, like Chief, like you were saying, this is not going to end. This is a lifetime studying. This is a lifetime journey. This is not something you can get comfortable in. Like, okay, it's it. You ta-da! You got into the 4th episode of The Matrix. Now Neo is God. Now it's continuous. It's no time to take a seat back and just sit back, and, like you're saying, somebody was calling you, like, Chief, you're not African enough, not knowing you were in the continent. It's like, no, your guard, you can never let it down. You're always having to do it. You don't have a luxury of just being comfortable.
That's why you gotta have good mates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they take the edge off.
Mm.
Once you realize you're always at war, those moments where you can combine with a good mate is where you, because that's when you become inhuman. You lose your humanity and you go back to your original state, and you could shake off all that heaviness of humanity. Because like I remember when that incident happened, I was upset, but then I also laughed about it with my son's mother. I'm like, this little, I don't want to say what I said, but you know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, because I didn't even get on him really. Like even after when we talked about it, it was just like he felt so bad
Right.
that, you know what I'm saying, that I was like, man, what am I going to beat you up now? You know what I'm saying? Like you done took all the joy out of what was, you know, what I had planned. You know, but yeah, man, when you're made it properly, it, you know, yeah, we each might, this times as a man you might get lazy.
Mm.
Sometimes that's a part of what's in us that we got to fight against. There's times with her that she, you know, might try, she gonna try you, like I said, she gonna kick that bathroom door open. You know what I'm saying? She gonna be listening to that Babyface song, you know, whip appeal. She be like, wait a minute.
Pill.
Yeah, you know, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna whip you, you know what I mean? So that's the thing, man. It's like once you realize you're striving together as a couple and striving together as a family to outline, recognize, and delineate what we all naturally, the fallibility that we all have. You as a man, this is where you're gonna fall sometimes. You as a woman, this is where you're gonna fall. You as a child, this is where you're gonna fall sometimes. In our job, our family is a religion. So our job is to constantly be refining and purifying each other. And that requires us to be honest about where we're all at. And once you're able to do that, man, then your family really, then you really have a family. Because in order to do that, you have to know each other on a spiritual level, emotional, physical, all of that stuff. So even like when my youth did that, one of the reasons I didn't go crazy, because knowing I'm like, this is a phase.
Right.
I know how he is. You know what I'm saying? He's too, this particular youth, he's too arrogant to ever be addicted to anything. He,
Right.
you know, he wouldn't let that happen. But this is definitely a freak off.
Right.
This is like this. There are 4 girls in here. Like this is a freak off. You know what I'm saying? And you know yourself, and you know you kind of know.
Yeah.
So you know I recognize it. And his brother, I was like, he was out. He was like, Baba, I told him, don't do that. You know what I mean? Because I know how he is, but he's got his stuff too. You know, everybody's got their stuff, but when you're really a family loving each other, you know what I mean? That understanding steps in first before anything. And then you have to take accountability even as a leader. Just like this, sometimes there's things that happen and I knew. You know, we had study the other night and there was some questions that came up and I had to say, man, that's on me. That's my fault that y'all even have that question. Because that's something that I haven't been conveying to you intelligently and efficiently enough all this time. So I'm gonna rework what I do. You know, so even in that, like when that happened, I'm like, this is the good one who did this. This particular youth is my soldier. Like he's my right hand. He still is to this day, but he's still a youth. You forgot. So you going all out the country and stuff, and you like, all right, son, hold it down. You know what to do. You know, and forgetting that maybe there's some areas you didn't prepare him yet. You know, maybe there's some things that you took for granted. Because I used to smoke. You know, I never really was into drinking, but I smoked before. You know, so, but I never really sat down with my youth like, well, this is why you shouldn't smoke. And, you know, it was just like, yo, we don't do that.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, but maybe there was a different kind of instruction that was required or a different kind of experience. You know, let's go meet some smokers, you know, and I'm going to show you the difference between us and them and why that's not what we want to do. You know, why that's not the lifestyle we want. And let me show you what your gums are going to look like after a couple of years of doing that, you know, things like that. Is that what you really want? You know, so you have to take that personal accountability too, to be able to say like, You know, is this on me? And that's a forever. A chief is always a real chief. Is always learning different modalities of chiefing. You know, it's you have to bring honor to the title by evolving what it means and what it is, because too many languages and too many cultures have been wiped out by those who refuse to evolve. You know, they've been totally wiped out and perverted. You know, everything grows. Everything has to grow.
Right.
You know what I mean? Even your youth grow. And some of the things that they do that you might flip out over, you might flip out over the wrong stuff. Because don't get me wrong, I'm like, my boy in here freaking off, but at least it was a bunch of girls.
Right. You're right.
You know what I'm saying? So there was that part. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, all right, well, you know, I don't get too upset because then I might give them the wrong idea. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you know, you might traumatize them, and you're like, I'm gonna go in there and beat them up in front of these girls. You know what I'm saying? And they was too friendly. I'm like, you want Silverback to jump in or something? You trying to tag me in? Like, hi, how you doing? I'm like, oh, come on now.
The one who said, hi, how you doing? That was the organizer. She
Right, yeah, clearly. Well, did you pay your entrance fee? I live here. You know, but yeah, man. So yeah, it is a lifetime sort of commitment, man. And it's beautiful when you're doing it with the community. You know, that's what makes it
Yeah.
fun, because for the rest of your life, you checking in with your community, like, you know, because what greater thing is there to do than for us to make each other better?
Right.
You know, so you going forward for the rest of your life, and then your children are doing it, and their children are doing it, and you just building, and we all planting this garden together and weeding each other together in that sense, and pruning each other. And you know, and that pruning is the most important part. That's the part that everybody runs away from, that Zach talks about and stuff. But the trees don't grow if you don't prune them.
Right.
You know, and you gotta, even as a leader, you gotta learn how to prune. I had a beautiful tree in front of our house once, and I cut it back too much and killed it. You know, and I left the dead tree there literally for like 4 years because I felt so bad. I was like, it's gonna come back. It's gonna come back.
Right.
You know, and I eventually one day cut it down. But that was a real lesson. You know, like, yeah, you got to learn how to cut back. You got to learn how to trim the fat from your people, and how to prune them, and things like that, and what excess to remove, and even how to time it. Maybe you know that 50% needs to be removed, but you have to figure out when to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
is that
and
something
then
that only comes like through doing it?
no. That comes through discernment. Because when you jump in with emotion and ego, you like, yo, all right, first of all, this is what's wrong with you, and this is what's wrong with you. Your credit is shot. You stink. I can smell your colon from here. You know what I mean? Like, you just run it all down, you know, and the spirit never tells you to communicate anything like that. That's all you. That's all you, bro. You know, so through discernment, you get a fulfillment of patience. See, that's what the commitment is about. The commitment is that yes energy, and it says that this person will be here tomorrow. But when you have that constant no in your mind, and that spirit of rejection action active in you, you feel like you got to let them have it all today. You see, so you don't write out a long-term plan for them. There's people I work with today, and I've worked with before, even in I knew, where it's like they don't know it, but they're on a 5-year plan, and they don't even know it. You know, and they're celebrating and happy for the growth. And I'm like, yeah, it's cool. But you know, I really know like where we really need to be with this. But you know, everyone can take things in different measures and different dosages. And sometimes you get someone who'll be like, okay, I got it. You know, they'll receive all of it, but they can't do all of it.
Right.
So you also have to learn. It's through discernment. It's some skill involved, but it's more discernment than skill. I promise you. You know, because every single person has a different learning style. you know. And then sometimes you'll see that somebody may be going through a desert season. They're not going to receive nothing. They're not receiving anything. There's no point in even saying anything.
Mm-hmm.
Their thing is they're just going to be around. And sometimes as a shepherd, you just want to keep them around. You don't want to scare them off, because when their time for receiving comes, then that's when you start, and you got to be sensitive to that time,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And that's a skill, you know, when you're a head of a community, you learn from your father, your older brothers, your grandfathers, your uncles, because they all have something different. Uncles are the observers of the family. You know, they watch and they know. You know, your pops be wanting, like, I remember when that incident happened, man. I remember I went to my pops. He's like, man, yeah, how my grandson's doing? I was like, them I don't want to say what I said. You know what I'm saying?
Maryland farmers.
Yeah, Maryland farmers, ninjas, they was all kind of stuff, you know. And he just turned to me and he said, oh man, teenagers do stuff like that. I'm like, what? Like, who is this? Like, I literally still have scars, literally. You know what I'm saying? On my body. Like, I can't even extend my knee all the way.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I got tendons and joints that are messed up from this dude throwing me against walls and stuff. You know what I'm saying? This big gorilla jumping on me and my sit, mauling us and stuff like that for not washing dishes. You know what I'm saying? Like, who are you, bro? Then you coming over and taking them out for pizza. Like, yo, you are such a hypocrite. You know what I'm saying? Like, you are such a hypocrite, my man.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? This is not how you brought me up. But I remember, like, but see, everybody has their own thing. You know, I remember telling my uncle said to me, he was like, yeah, well, you know, man, he said, you and your siblings, man, y'all all dysfunctional, you know, so he said it just calm like that. I'm like, what? He just said to me. He said, well, think about it, man. Think about, you know, my cool Uncle JR. He said,
he's just smooth.
Yeah, he's just smooth with it. He's like, yeah, man, think about it, man. He said, yeah, man, all your father's kids are dysfunctional. So, you know, there's some things you're gonna learn. And then I was like, yeah, you're right, man. We all kind of like, we all been caught for shoplifting. We all been, you know, I'm going through the list. Some of us have been left back. You know what I'm saying? Then I remember my brother tried, you know, my older brother tried to stage a revolution in high school. He tried to take over the high school. Yeah, word to mother, he tried to take over the high school. And unbeknownst to him, it was his English teacher, knew how to fight. He tried to knock out his English teacher. He timed it. It was like a whole thing, man. He timed it and he told, I think it was like 1 o'clock or something like that, we're going to take over the school. And it was supposed to set off. He was taking over the English class. I think it was either English or math. And he swung on his teacher, and his teacher had hands. Unbeknownst to him. See, this is what I come from. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he was like, yo, when I yell revolution, I'm gonna hit him and we're gonna take over the. He yelled revolution, swung on him, dude blocked him and laid him on his, like, laid him out. Wow. One hitter quitter. My brother was a big dude in high school, man. He was like 6'1". He was big, football player. Laid him out. Next thing I know, you know what I'm saying? No revolution. That was the end of that. So this is what I came from. So yeah, like, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I guess that's not a big deal, man. They, you know, you're a little freaking off a little bit, you know. But that's what I'm saying. So when you head things up, you got to be able to have those different kind of eyes, because each eye, the grandfather eye, the father eye, the big brother eye, the uncle eye, it's different perspectives and it's different levels of patience and different levels of guidance, different sorts of guidance. And there's different times that those spirits will speak to you. You know, because there's things that happen and I knew sometimes now I'd be pissed off about. You know, like legitimately like pissed. Like, yo, I just taught this. You know, I just told them don't do this. And they doing it in front of my face. Like, yo, that's disrespect. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it's on site. You know, you know what I'm saying? And then that voice will come like, first of all, they're not yours. They're mine. Okay, so don't get ahead of yourself, shorty. Like I hear those voices. Like that's how the Most High talk to me. Like, don't get ahead of yourself, shorty. He's mine.
So it's like the king of Assyria.
Yep, yeah. That's funny you brought that. Yeah, I was thinking that as I was saying it. Right, you're getting too proud and haughty. You know, and you're not recognizing these are my. Because remember, it was like the talk between Isaiah and Hezekiah, and Hezekiah was getting nervous because the king was like, "Yo, you ain't never like your God ain't never coming." You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, he was threatening him like crazy. He was like, "Yo." Because he was naming all the other people they took out. He's like, yo, we did this to them. And they gods couldn't do nothing. You think your God gonna do something for you? And Hezekiah got nervous. And that's when Isaiah came through and was like, yo, relax, man. Chill. Don't worry about it. And then, of course, right. Like, you know who we working with? You know, so it's like, you got to remember, why are you getting upset? Where's your ego at? Because whatever it is that you're teaching them, I gave it to you to teach them. This is not your information. So fall back. You forgot about me. And in those moments when that vision comes, then I look differently at people. Like, okay, all right. And you'll see what's right instead of looking at what's wrong. Yeah, man, this person just did what I said don't do. They did the wrong thing. But you know what? They still here. And as long as they still here, there's an opportunity to work with them and do something. So just chill out. You know. So there's a lot that you go through, you know, on this side of things that you gotta stay in touch with, you know.
Yeah, man. That's give thanks.
Yeah, give thanks. Yeah. What Chief? What are you gonna say now?
Hey,
no, Chief.
Y'all ever had a paper that was like 10 pages and you was at 9 and you just had to fill some words in the page?
So in conclusion, as I said in the first paragraph, so therefore,
Herut, when he trying to find that thing. Man, like I was saying, it's funny that you would say that, because then when I look back at it and everything starts to come together, it starts to actually make a nice cohesion of things that if I
like, circumspeculation. Look at all
no, but you know when he catches it, because he'll do all that and he'll be like, no, wait. Okay, no, this is what I want to say. Like,
but he always comes back in like the 10th round and he just knocks you out.
Yeah, it'll be something so profound. You'd be like, you know what? It was worth it. It was worth it.
Because it's so much. Like you said, Chief, it's so much. It's like, damn, when you watch a segment or you read something in a new way, or if it's the 14 keys or the solution, it's like, oh my God. I'm like a kid in a candy store. I'm like, oh my God. You know, not like with some who had a wrapper and threw it away and it's not even sugar-free. I never can get it. While somebody's saying they're on a diet and they drink a diet Pepsi. What the hell? You eat all the wrong food and then you drink a damn diet Pepsi thinking that's going to make it righteous. But anyhow, that's not what I was going to say.
Okay.
See?
Yeah.
It's so much. It's this is where I appreciate. It's so overwhelming. Like you said, it takes a lifetime and then some and then another. And so, I just want to leave it at that. That's it.
Once you do the Michael Jackson here.
Drop the mic.
Ric Flair.
Oh, man.
But you know, I'm just gonna say this because we 4 hours in, and I'm sure we probably the only ones on here at this point anyway. Us in Anu Radio and Low. But everybody else like, I can't take it no more. Yeah, but
Come to the retreat.
I will just say this, right? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Be up all night by the fire, but and Yafe. But I will say that and Ra, okay, he probably in his room, his dorm room with 4 girls and freaking Hennessy and Grey Goose, and yeah, you know how they do.
But I'm not even with 4 girls. It's 6.
Right.
Right.
I'm with 6. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But you know why it's so important, man, because this is such a rarity. You got regular, like, I don't want to say regular brothers, man, but you have brothers who are to a degree normalized. You know, we're not sitting up in here with superhero outfits on. You know, we're not over here with long haughty titles, anything like that. You just got brothers here who are building and pushing back against a system that sought to rob us of everything, thinking we would never recover it. You know, and there's such a everybody's like, I'm here. Okay, my bad. You know, I know Naya sleep. You know, Naya go to bed 8:30. You know, but you know, so to have that sort of interaction, it's almost museum worthy. You know, so it's important that we do share our presence and that we do show our presence, because masculinity is now such a rare commodity. You know, and then when you combine not just masculinity but respect for femininity, because sometimes you'll have examples of like dudes teaching together and stuff online, but you never see women. You know, and it's like, what is this? You know, and sometimes when you do see them with women, they're very disrespectful. You know, so there's an image and there's an idea that we're presenting here that goes beyond even what we're teaching. You know, and that's why, like you said, it's so much. It's podcasts and it's books and all. It needs to be so much. It needs to also be movies. It needs also to be web series. It needs to be cartoons. It needs to be children's books. I mean, I started a children's book series. Somebody stole my book, but she ain't selling none of them. So it's all right. You know, ain't nobody buying none of that. You know, but the thing is, it's like, so it needs to be so much, man. Like, man, I designed some skateboards a couple of years back. You know what I mean? I had a whole skateboard design. I used to skateboard, believe it or not. I know y'all don't believe it, man.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't skateboard, man. I could probably crack one right in half. So you know what I mean? That was a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even. You just see the truck sparking the whole time. You just see sparks coming out. Yeah, they be sitting there crying, mercy, you got it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, I used to skateboard. You know what I mean? So I had was working with this dude. He owns a shop, and I had come up with designs. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, whatever, you know, all of that is needed, man, because we take for granted like it's gonna be here. But some of the greats that we love, whether it be the, you know, let's take Amos Wilson. We got 2 ways to connect with Amos Wilson: old YouTube videos, if you can find them, in books. That's it. That's all you got left. You know what I mean? And it would be so great to have. I wish it was an Amos Wilson cartoon.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I wish it was a comic book series. Like I'd have it. I'd collect it and be able to pass it down. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, an Amos Wilson board game, Dr. Henrik Clark board game. What would that look like? You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, man, never feel like we're inundating, you know, the environment, because we're pushing back against a lot of wickedness. And there's all sorts of ways that wickedness will use to creep in. You know, it'll be stuff that you're doing that you don't even realize, man. They creeping in on you. You know what I'm saying? we need more righteous music. You know what I'm saying? That's an important thing, man, because I you know, there's something so addictive about the wrong music.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? There's something so addictive about it. And we need music that feeds us in different ways, man. You know what I'm saying? And so and that's just one thing. But so yeah, man, I know it's a lot, but we haven't even scratched the surface.
Right.
I've been wanting to do a web series for years now on solutions for dysfunctional family relationships. All of those different scenes that I have in the book.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to turn that into a series. I'm just putting it out there. Maybe someone who has those skills can help me with it. But that's something I've been working on for a long time. When I wrote the book, I envisioned it doing that. This would be a web series.
I always envisioned it on stage because, like, around the time I read it, I was involved in theater heavily. I always envisioned it on stage.
See, that's another thing that I've always wanted to do, plays. But 1 or 2 people can't do everything, but these ideas are there, right?
Right.
And they should not be cast away. They should be written down.
Right.
Because that's one of the greatest ways that you make change. And a lot of us, we forget the power of writing things down, and you use that to eliminate a lot of your self-doubt. When you make a decision to do something or to go into a certain direction, especially if it's a big decision and it might be kind of tough, you ask yourself, do I want to take that direction? But when you start writing them down, you'll start to see, like, man, this ain't gonna happen instantly.
Right.
Writing it down shows you that. It's gonna take some time, it's gonna take some effort, but they're not just words in my mind anymore.
Mm-hmm.
There's something that I can go back and look at it again and again and again and receive affirmation from it. That's why I'm saying these things out loud, even on this segment.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, I can't tell you how many ideas I had. I had my own line of wine. Serious Cigars was another one. I had a cigar line. I even went to DR. I went to a cigar factory in the Dominican Republic, and man, listen, you got a lot of ideas, man. So we haven't even scratched the surface of what could be. And all it takes is that linking arms and saying, yo, we have built nations before.
Right.
We can build nations again once we divest our attention from what's taking us down.
Right.
Definitely.
And not letting your eyes get you. When you just said, I'm gonna say this because it is, but when you just said Amos Wilson, it just made me think of, even when I watch the lecture and he's up there just dropping it.
Yeah.
And that's like 15 people.
Right.
Right. But he's not thinking, oh, I'm this is not worth my time because there's not a lot of people out here. And even when I'm watching it, I'm wondering, did he ever think that people to this day would be still watching this lecture that only 15 people were sitting in front of at that particular time?
That's a good point, man. That is such a powerful point. Yeah.
So now I'm like, can now one start to commit themselves, like when you say that unconditional love affair to your purpose, can one commit themselves to that? So even if I put up a video and there's 3 views on it right now, do I get discouraged and say, oh, you know what, this ain't worth my time? Or is it that unconditional love affair where it's like, you know what, I'm doing this because this is just what I was called to do?
Yeah, man. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. Sorry.
I was just going to say, in 20, 30 years from now, all of a sudden people are like, man, this is one of our greats. But at the time when you had it, like what I saw El Carrar's last night, the video when it was like, well, what did you do with the person when he was here? Right?
Yeah.
Coming back. Right? And I've heard you say that. So, but it's just, can you do it just from your heart, of what's just the outpouring of my heart, regardless of who's going to witness it or who's going to look, or who's going to think that I'm looking for validation from somebody right now? I'm doing this just because this is what I was just called to do.
Right.
It's similar to hip hop, man. You know what I'm saying? I am very fortunate, very, very fortunate and happy and blessed that I was there at the beginning of the conscious movement. You know what I mean? I was there. So I got to see, and not to say that people, like younger people who come in now, not like there's not value, but I was able to see what the original intention was. And that itself was a blessing, because the videos and stuff you're seeing, they existed before there was a YouTube. They existed before most people had personal computers in their home. And remember, even when some people had computers in their house, there was no America Online yet. AOL didn't come around to like the mid to late 90s. You know what I'm saying? And you couldn't watch a lecture on it, not with a 14.4K modem. You know what I'm saying? Like, it took forever just to get on. And then as your mail was downloading, you went and made some coffee or something, you know what I mean? Then came back. So you definitely wasn't watching no TV on it, you know? So I can say, and again, all of these cats, they were older than me. I was a young gunner, you know, at these lectures back in the day, just happy to be in the room with. So, and it wasn't just people like Amos Wilson. It was also the people in the room, you know, people that you may have never even heard about. Some of these elders have since transitioned, but it was the conversations you had after the lecture. You know what I'm saying? Like the people you would link up with, man, you know, people who I met back then who were going back and forth to Nigeria and to Ghana. And, you know, this, like, now you can go on YouTube and look at a video and stuff, but this was before that. And I would be sitting there in awe, like, man, you went to night. What's it like? What do they eat over there? What are they wearing? Like, they got shoes on? You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't had no real images. You know what I'm saying? But I can tell you, man, I think I can't speak for Amos Wilson. I mean, and there was some lectures I went to with him where there were more people, but I think we were such a community back then. It was like, I'm not really trying to speak to the masses because I'm not going to speak to the masses. I know that. We're in this high school classroom, because most of those lectures were in classrooms, in, you know, like regular school classrooms. You know what I'm saying? So you holding about 30 people max anyway, you know. And then Amos Wilson used to lecture in churches a lot, you know. But yeah, man, you knew whoever's here, I've probably seen before, because it was a collective, it was a community of people. But it wasn't like once YouTube got into the mix, it's like, yo, I could have 1,000 people look at what I just did. And then you start comparing, which I think is a psyops thing. When you have people like Polite and whatnot, and they put up a video, and it's like, dang, in 2 days, he's got 80,000 views or 100,000 views. Those might not even be real views. Knowing him, he was probably buying them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But you putting yours up, 3 days, you got 50 views. And you're like, man, ain't nobody listening. But because I come from that era, if I put on a lecture event and 50 people were in the room, I'd be like, whoa, okay, we got a packed house. you know what I'm saying? The average joint you go to, there's 20 people. So if you put up a video and 20 people see it, that's a lot of people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So sometimes we look at those numbers in the wrong way, because this should be a greater mass movement of intelligence based on the amount of people. You look at some people's videos, you know, you got certain fools that go on the Breakfast Club, and you look at the video, 1 million views, 1 million people. So that means now we should have 1 million woke people ready to get some action in. And we still don't. Right. So that means that million ain't really mean nothing.
Yeah. So the
you know what I'm saying?
Of the viewership.
It's the quality of the viewership and the engagement. Because you could put up a video and get 10 views, and out of those 10 views, you could get 5 people that say, yo, I'm ready to get something popping. Or like Sister Yafe, what about 12 views? That's a lot of people. You just it's just the way you might look at it. So I can say, just from being back then, a lot of people who, you know, like, again, like I said, I've been to Phil Valentine's lectures, 8-hour lectures. You know what I mean? I've been to Bobby Hemmett. Those are shows. The Bobby Hemmett shows. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna get some comedy, you're gonna get some liquor sprayed on you, you know, you're gonna get everything. You know what I'm saying? Then he used to do intermissions and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because he just be making us stuff. Like, Bobby, you ain't even got, because I always messing with him, man. You ain't even got no structure. You Herut, man, shut the F up, man. You come over, come here talking shit. Come on,
Uncle Bobby.
You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, Bobby, so I'll be like, yo, so what you gonna talk about next on the second half? Oh man, I'm gonna go over some. Man, don't lie, man. You just gonna make up some more stuff, man. Because last thing you said, you ain't even pronouncing the name. I wish you stopped saying Shango. You know,
Right.
you know, yeah, you know, I'm working in with Shango and Isu. You know, and all the Orishas. You know, you work with all, man. You bring them all in.
Oh man.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
I was just with that BITCH last night.
yeah, exactly. Man, she came and man made love to me. I told Linda to turn over, man. Linda, get out bed, man. We doing something, you know. But back then it was just like, I mean, I think probably because Bobby came around like 91, but the Moors had a strong community. The Moorish Science Temple had a real strong teaching contingency back then, man. And you had even brothers from the Nation of Islam and sisters. They would come through and teach things on health and stuff like that, you know, because the information I could say that we were getting back then was probably, compared to what they speak about now, it was more primitive, but it was more practical.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, I remember sitting in classes about like hygiene. You know what I mean? Like how to properly. I remember I sat in this sister's class once. She taught about different essential oils you can use to clean your kitchen counter. You know, like different smells that mice don't like. You know, the lemon oils and things like that. And it was very interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, that wouldn't fly nowadays.
Right.
You know, a sister teaching you how to keep a clean home. You know what I'm saying? So the Black Power movement, which is what you're talking about with Amos Wilson in it, because we, you know, at least I thought, I was young, they probably knew better. I really thought we was about to take this joint over. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I stayed with fatigues on and boots. I was always ready. You know what I'm saying? And I did push-ups and pull-ups and dips all day long. You know, I was in boxed. I fought all the time. I was like, yeah, because you know it's about to be on. The year 2000, I was waiting for that year 2000. You know, year 2000 come, it was gonna be a race war. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I thought this was gonna be jetpacks. They's gonna be flying out of the White House in jetpacks and trying to rain down on us and stuff, man. We're gonna be throwing Chinese stars up in the air. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, man. I was ready. I'm telling you, man. Me and my boys, we was ready, boy. You know what I'm saying? And then when it didn't happen, everybody moved down south. Where y'all going, man? We moving to Atlanta. What about the race war? You know what I'm saying? Wasn't no race war. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna stop cutting hair, man. I'm gonna go in the computers. You know. So, so yeah, man. You know, that's how it happened, man. So back then, the teaching, I think it was more, because even Amos Wilson's teaching, if you look at it, it's more political, nation building centered, as opposed to metaphysical.
Mm-hmm.
And when Bobby came in and C. Freeman L., it started to become a conscious movement. And as much as I love the information and it was so powerful, I think that was the beginning of some problems because there wasn't regulation. You know, these brothers were okay to teach on some levels, but it became a replacement for the Black Power movement. So eventually, like there is no Black Power movement anymore. I think Khalid Muhammad was the last of that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, I think that's a very important thing that you bring up, Zach. Very important, man, because back then it's kind of like with Malcolm X. Amos Wilson was a Harlem dude. So it was like this was a local Harlem experience. But I'm sure if I would have went down south and be like, yo, y'all up on Amos Wilson? I'd be like, nah. You know what I'm saying? Because it was a local experience. Now he wrote books and he had a store in Harlem. He had a print shop, you know. But again, he was just one of our local geniuses, one of our local heroes. And there were other cats like Automatics. He was a lawyer, you know, and he used to do a lecture series, and he had like some great minds come through. Dr. Welsing, you know, people like that who you were able to listen to and learn things from. But again, it wasn't until YouTube, you know, where it was like the information started to spread more, but it allowed other people to copy. You came up now, more copycats started to arise. And if and they came into the movement through the side doors. And some of us who was, because there's some cats who I know who were around back then. I'm not gonna mention any names. I don't like starting no trouble, but there was some cats, you know what I'm saying? It's like I used to carry Dr. Ben's coat stuff. Like I would hold his stuff and stuff. That was a big deal because because Wayne Chandler did the same thing for Ivan Van Sertima. That was his research. That was his assistant, you know, and Wayne Chandler's a giant, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, that's a big deal to be able to sit around a mine like this, man. Yeah, I'll hold your coat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'll go run and get you some water. You know what I'm saying? It's all good because I'm just looking at how you move, man. It ain't even, it's about the lecture, but I'm learning about your love for the people, you know, and your dedication just watching you. And I'm watching how like that envelope was light at the end of the night. I know that envelope was light. You know what I'm saying? I'm watching sometimes when it wasn't no envelope and it was supposed to be an envelope. And I'm peeping all that, you know, and I'm learning like, oh, this is what it's going to be, but it's going to be worse for me because I ain't as smart as him. So, you know what I'm saying? So get ready, you know. But yeah, like I said, man, a lot of these cats, it was a New York thing. So I don't know what they were thinking because I wasn't old enough. These were not my peers. I wasn't old enough at that time to ask these questions. Like, what are your ambitions and stuff? I was just happy to be able to be there, you know, with most of them. And the ones now, like I said, some of them were out there doing it now. They didn't go through any ropes because I remember some of them sitting on the sides wanting to be down, but they, you know, the elders knew they weren't right. You know, they knew their spirit wasn't right. You know, so, but it is what it is, man. But you know, that again, that's a very good point because I'll tell you something, and I'll get off. I don't understand how so many people know me. Like I get spotted. I've been spotted before behind my voice, walking down the street talking to somebody. Chief, is that you? I listen to the podcast all the time. But what I'm saying, yeah, I get that all the time. Is that Chief? I know your voice. But here's the thing why I say that, because I don't get a lot of views. So I'm like, where are all these people coming from?
Right.
You know, so I'm saying that to say, if you put an Amos Wilson lecture up, it's going to get more views than one of my videos. So, you know, I'm talking about the spread is crazy, and he's not even living anymore. So there's no new material, you know. So I might put a video up today on my channel. It might max out at 1,000 views, you know, over the course of 7 months.
Right.
You know, but out of that, it seems like the spread is very crazy because I'll get people from other countries like, oh, Chief Yu, I've been listening to you for the past 5 years. I binge on your stuff. I love it, man. I love what you're talking about. Who are you? Where you come from? What? Are you one of the 112 from the last video?
The chosen.
Yeah, what number are you? You know, so yeah, man. The numbers will surprise you, and it only takes a few people here and there, and you know, you just have to keep doing quality work. And like I said, man, if I say, hey, I want to do a lecture and we're going to be in a classroom and 30 people showed up, I'd be happy. So if you put up a video and over the course of a year, let's say 50 people watch it, be happy. It's a lot of people, especially if you're not known for teaching and you put something up and then you get 20, 30 people to listen to you, that's pretty good.
That's how I feel with them drawing videos. It's like, what?
Right.
All of the people.
Yeah. Who's
Yeah.
what? Who are you? You know
Right.
what I'm
It's
saying?
like, I didn't invite this many people.
Yeah.
Like,
So
where you
yeah,
come
man.
from? But
Don't-
I was wondering, like, could it be like some of them 112, like on one video is 112, maybe on the next one is 115? Could they just be two groups of people, two different groups of
Absolutely. Because I can say for me, what I teach is so varied that different people come. Like I got an Arisha. If you go to Arisha channel, you'll see names that you don't see on any other channels. Then if you go to my channel, you'll see another crew. Then here, there's another crew, right?
people?
And I am of the firm, I'll say, belief that I do actually get more views than what's listed on my videos.
Yeah,
I really do think
so.
I do.
I think so too.
Yeah. You know. Yep. Because it doesn't, it's not adding up, especially like my podcasts get a lot of views. And I'm above, like percentage wise, I'm above average for successful podcasts. Like you measure it, I think you measure it like within 24 hours, how many downloads you get within 24 hours. I'm like in the top percentile. I mean, I'm not like Joe Rogan or nothing, but I'm in the top percentile. But you can't manipulate a podcast like you can a YouTube channel.
Wow.
You see, that's why I keep the podcast. So yeah, I think my numbers are messed with, but it doesn't matter.
Right.
It doesn't matter. If I put up a video and it touches 20 people, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people.
I went down a rabbit hole because of that. What did I type in? Why do my subscribers keep disappearing? Does YouTube?
Yeah, a lot of people asking that question.
Yeah.
Yeah, like why doesn't this channel go over 500 subscribers?
I had a 10-year-old explain that to me. It's like, how do you get 80,000 subscribers? We can't get over 500. You 10.
Right. And it goes
What you
up and down.
talking
Like
about?
now, it's at 501 now. It's been at 497 for months and months. But when I look on the channel, it's always telling me I'm increasing in subscribers. Every day is like +3, +7, +8. But then I look at the number, it'll go up, then it'll shoot right. I'll gain 5 subscribers, it'll shoot down 3 or 4 or 6. It does this all the time. And then when you look it up, it'll say, oh, those weren't quality subscribers. But why is the timing always such that when I gain new ones, I lose ones?
Right.
And I have had people tell me that that YouTube unsubscribed them from the channel.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah. I was finding something similar. And they give some excuse that some of your subscribers, they don't use their YouTube, so YouTube deletes them, and that's why they lose subscribers.
Wow.
Man, I don't give a crap.
Right.
Listen, man, this joint is free. So you get what you get. You know what I'm saying? I ain't one of them people. I'm not gonna sue YouTube like that boy did, or complain or make no videos about you taking my subscribe. I've seen pastors do that. Yeah, he I don't want to say his name. Mess with my subscribe. Man, you don't pay for this.
Right.
What you whining for? Because you done built a whole career off of sitting up on YouTube, talking. I don't care nothing about this, man. Y'all can take this down.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm a concrete general, man. I know how to hit the street and talk to people. So this ain't about nothing for me. But yeah. I'm gonna mute out, man, because I know we've been on for 6 hours, man. We pretty much gonna talk through the entire Sabbath.
Oh man. Yeah, this does give me retreat vibes, so it definitely give thanks for you, John Chief and Akizak, everybody in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything you want to say closing out?
Nah, thanks for having me on, man. Happy
to have you.
Yeah. And thanks.
Herut, you got any words you want to do to fill up the people?
No, I just appreciate this moment.
Yeah, but same here.
You know, I appreciate everyone staying with us and enjoying. And it's going to get better.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to get worse for the world, but it's going to get better for Anu. This is what being Anu is about. So
right. And talk about fidelity. Y'all ride through this. So give thanks for staying, sticking around.
You know, I want to say one thing, and then it's short. 2 Corinthians 4:8-9. We are afflicted in every way, but not crushed, perplexed, but not driven to despair, persecuted, but not forsaken, struck down, but not destroyed. That's all.
give thanks, Chief. Give thanks.
Give thanks. And with that, we out. Peace, everyone. Enjoy your Sabbath. See you all on the forward. Peace.
Shabbat shalom to everyone.